Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bagg. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and the guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to Dave Depew, our guest chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, here we are on the eve of St. Patrick's Day, asking you to bless the work of these faithful Kansas senators, wrapping up committee draft of the state budget, following Solomon's plea to look out for the poor, taxing in proportion to wealth, obeying Jesus' admonition to collect from each only what is due, administering with honest weights and measures, and paying fair wages to the workers. Lord, please grant each of these senators with a portion of the legacy that you gave to the patron St. Patrick. Let us remember them for their life commitment and leadership today, as well as all of the days of their service to the people of Kansas. I pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today is Kansas Organ, Eye, and Tissue Education and Awareness Day here at the Capitol. You may not know this, but more than 100,000 people are waiting for life-saving organ transplants. Every 9 minutes, another person is added to the national transplant waiting list, and 17 people die each day while waiting for an organ transplant. I'm gonna wait a minute.
Order in the Senate, please. Senator, you may continue.
Thank you. You can make a difference by signing today on your card to be an organ donor. In 2021, nearly 20,400 donors brought new life to recipients and their families. You can register today to be a donor at the National Donate Life Registry. The following organizations, as well as some organ transplant recipients and their families, are at the Capitol today providing education and raising awareness. We have the Kansas Department of Revenue, Midwest Transplant Network, National Kidney Foundation, Saving Sight, University of Kansas Health Systems, Team MOCAN, Gift of Life, and oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce this. Medical Care Centers are joining us today. I think we have some in the gallery who are joining us. Please stand so we can recognize you. We thank you for being here today for Kansas Organ, Eye, and Tissue Education Awareness Day.
Welcome to the Senate, and thank you for what you do. I would like to introduce two young men that are pages for me today. Kaylin McCoy, who goes to Washburn Rural, and his brother, Christian McCoy, who goes to Most Pure Heart of Mary School. Would you gentlemen stab? I don't even see they're here now. So anyway, they slipped off. Anyway, thank you. Are there any other? Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson. Senator Warren.
I'm going to be asked to be recognized a little bit later. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My page is on an errand right now. Thank you.
Please note reference of bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. Excuse me, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. Can the reader read the explanation of the resolution?
Senator from Shawnee, we do have one order of business before we get to the resolution. Thank you. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have 4 pages with me who are in the Senate floor, all from West Middle School in Lawrence. I was pleased to learn that they are all members of Model UN, so I've asked them to stand. I'm going to, because I didn't have the time to take them to committees, I had a chance to talk with them. I'm going to go visit them in their Model UN class at West Middle School in April on break, but I would just like to welcome them to the Kansas Senate. Thank you.
Welcome to the Senate. Now, please note, the chair recognizes the senator from Riley. No. Now, please note reference to bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. We will now return to the substitute motion from the senator from Butler, President Masterson, to non-concur on Senate Bill 83 and appoint a conference committee. Is there discussion on this motion? Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So it hasn't been a long time, so we'll refresh everybody's memory. This was the bill for 83 was read in yesterday, and then there was an attempt to non-concur, which is an attempt to kill. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. That doesn't kill anything other than the number. It's already in a shell, right? It was in our Senate Bill 83. The House gutted, put their position in, and it came off of their floor. It passed, so it's already conferenceable. All this does I'm asking you to go ahead and put the bill into conference, because the only thing it would serve to do anything different would be to kind of disrupt the process and slow things down. That's all it would serve. So I'm asking you to please put the bill into conference, and I'd stand for questions.
Is there questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I don't have questions. I am standing. I was the original motion and then waiting at the appropriate time that I could be acknowledged again.
As we stand now, President Masterson has the floor, and we're debating his motion only. Any other? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'm standing for the same reason.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to speak in support of this. I think with a bill of this magnitude, the importance of this subject matter, we need more time to look at it through the conference process, so I speak in support of this.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since the motion has been made, and I think there's no more standing for actual questions on the process, we can just cast a vote. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, we will now close. The senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to know from the President, if this bill is of such magnitude, why is the Senate Education Committee not taking a look at it?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And going into conference does not prohibit that committee. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with the chairman just this morning about taking a look at all the contents of the Senate bill, the new contents of sub 83. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Sorry I haven't heard all of the conversation because I was dealing with some Senate education matters. But I have made the request from the revisers as well as legislative research. They will be preparing a document not only for our committee that will be presented this next week, but will be made available to all senators. And what that will include is the contents of the original Senate Bill 83. It will include a breakdown of action taken not only in committee but on the floor by the House as far as the House substitute for Senate Bill 83, as well as including other components of the Senate's action, so the Senate's position, some of which certainly does involve education today when we are working on the overall budget. That will be made available. They will also be working on coming up with something that has yet to be documented, and that is what is the fiscal note for the bill that came out of the House. So we want to make sure that we have as much data as possible. I think those of you that have worked in my committee or committees that you've served on with me, it's about we make decisions based on real data, not just assumptions. And so as soon as that is available from the revisers and from legislative research, we'll make sure that everyone in this body has access to that. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any other questions of the senator from Butler concerning this motion? Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there might be some confusion. Since it's in a Senate bill, you don't re-refer the Senate bill. That's what conference is about, right? It's a Senate bill that's been amended by the House, and this is how we address that. And it does not prohibit the bill from being addressed or the contents of the bill from being heard in committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I close.
I recognize the senator from Johnson, as long as it's a question about the bill. Amendment.
It is. I just want to comment, yes, I would not say that this bill was amended. I think this bill was gutted and is significantly altered from the way that it came out of this chamber, but I do think we should vote.
Senator, you may close.
I close.
You have heard the motion. You want to make a move to move? You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. No, the motion carries. One more time. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. It appears the motion carries.
Division.
Division is called. All those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. The motion passes on a vote of 21 to 12. As conferees and part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson. Holscher, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I yield to the other senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to concur on House substitute for Senate Bill 83.
Thank you. I wanted a clarification on that. The motion to concur on a bill that's in transportation to the House is out of order.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
State your point of order.
According to Joint Rules 3B, this motion can be made at any time prior to it being appointed. So this motion is actually,
We have made appointments to the Conference Committee.
but not by the second House. The motion is a legal motion, and it is in order.
The motion to concur is out of order. It's waiting on the House to accede.
Point of order, that is not the rule. The second chamber, the motion may be made until the second chamber has acceded and appointed, because they may or may not accede to this. This motion is in order.
Senator from Johnson, are you referring to the motion to the first chamber making the?
Mr. Chair, this is the rules. If the motion to concur is upon amendments to a bill or concurrent resolution for a conference committee has not been appointed and motion fails, the bill, so the conference committee has not been appointed by the second chamber. The motion is in order.
The chair from Johnson, Senator Sykes, we are going to convene the Rules Committee. Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. The parliamentarian has ruled that the motion is not in order. Back to Senator Masterson, Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say, again, this is not explicitly in the rules, but this is the majority party wanting to make, there's a loophole and they didn't like it, so they're going to err on the side of what they want, which happens in this building all the time. But I'm going to challenge the ruling and ask the Rules Chair or the Rules Committee to convene.
Challenge is made. Yes, ma'am. Senator from Johnson, are you simply wanting to challenge the ruling of the chair or utilize the Rules Committee? That was a...
Sorry, challenging of the chair.
Challenge the Rules Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, a yes vote is to sustain the Rules Committee. A no vote is to overrule the Rules Committee. All in favor?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Is this debatable?
It's debatable only on the rule, nothing to do about the bill. So all in favor? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is specifically on the rule, so I appreciate that feedback because it's offensive, the contention that was made, because that's why we have a parliamentarian to determine any rule that's in limbo. And the majority party even went to the next extent and brought up the reviser of statutes who concurred with the parliamentarian on the rule just to verify. So the chairman was ruling in accordance with two sets of parliamentarians, not by party majority. And I want to make sure that's clear because it's offensive to insinuate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Actually, I want to discuss that the parliamentarian said we've never had this, and it is not specifically included in the rule. They would think that it could be this, but we've never had this before. And if you read, we all have our joint rules, Joint Rule 3B, it does not say. So if you want your voice to be heard on your amendment, on your motion, I would say that we should overturn the Rules Committee.
Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just strictly keeping the partisanship out of this, obviously, we want to keep our rules. We want to keep them. We want to abide by our rules. I believe that the motion was in order because our appointment.
Let me interrupt you, please. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this rule.
This is a rule that we're debating right now. Yep. This rule should have been followed. The House has not appointed anybody to this committee, to this conference committee. This thing is still inside of our chamber. It's still present. There's nothing about transferring right now. It has not been formed, and the rule clearly states that that this is in order when it hasn't been appointed yet. So I feel like this is a pretty clear-cut ruling that went the wrong way, in my opinion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I heard you say that this was on its way to the House. So we clearly know by your own words that the bill has not been received by the House. Everybody's saying, you know, they haven't made a motion yet. They can't make a motion because they don't have the bill. Now, I'm sure texts are being sent out to make sure they hurry up and get this as fast as they can. And I'm also sure that the text is going out to the leadership over there to make sure and hurry up and make the motion to counter what's going on. This is clearly, I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that the parliamentarians show me in Robert's Rules of Order where and how he made his ruling. The parliamentarian is not the Senate. We have an opportunity to act on our own right now as a Senate body in the interest of what is right and true. Right and true. We should all stand against an abuse of power. This motion, I'm going to support. And I'm going to support because of what you stated earlier. It's on its way to the House. And I believe that the motion is in order. I differ with the parliamentarian with all due respect. And I had the conversation last night with another parliamentarian who's not in this building. And I could go into our discussion and at length on what was allowed and not allowed and what is to be done. But you know what? It is the power of the chair to do stuff they want to do. And that's sad. And whether you support the bill or don't support the bill, you know, you're going to vote probably based on that. But this is about the ruling of that and the rules that we're supposed to know. You come to the Senate, you should know the rules. We have our adopted rules, but we have a fallback. In the House, it's Masons. We should know them. But I would ask, Mr. Chairman, for you to present in Robert's Rules of Order the page number, the paragraph that says that what the parliamentarian, and he ought to be able to back this up because it should be in Robert's. I would ask that before we vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'll try to state this with more conciseness. Going back, there was a motion to concur. It was ruled out of order. The Rules Committee convened and the Rules Committee made the ruling that they did. I presented that ruling, and now we're on a challenge to the Rules Committee. We're back to sustain the Rules Committee is a yes vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Will all the ayes stand, please?
Point of order. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, your point of order?
Would you clarify the motion that was made? Because, would you clarify the motion that was made? Thank you.
I will attempt to do that again. A yes vote sustains the Rules Committee. A no vote overrules the Rules Committee. I ask for a yes vote, everyone to stand to sustain the Rules Committee. I'm standing. You got it. Opposed, please stand. The ruling was sustained to a vote of 22 to 14. Now back to Senator Masterson. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1716 by Senator O'Shea, a resolution commemorating the celebration of St. Patrick's Day.
Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. Can the reader read the explanation?
Whereas, on March 17th, during the annual celebration of the Feast of St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland, Irish Americans join with the people of other ethnic origins in celebrating St. Patrick and demonstrating a mutual love for Ireland. And whereas, on St. Patrick's Day, all who celebrate live in the spirit of St. Patrick, St. Bridget, and St. Columbcille, the latter of whose 1500th birthday was celebrated in 2020. And whereas, Irish immigrants in the United States helped form the cultural foundation of the nation, and those of Irish lineage today proudly sing support for Ireland. And whereas, we celebrate the establishment of the American Irish State Legislators Caucus, which is leadership in all 50 states, and we applaud its aim of fostering and strengthening the long-standing relationship between the United States and Ireland for the mutual benefit of both countries. And whereas, the Senate of Ireland celebrated its 101st anniversary this year, and whereas, the songs of Ireland are the tragic songs of love, the joyous songs of battle, the nostalgic reveries of the sorrows and glories that are the Emerald Isle, the lamentations of life's myriad travails, and the odes to joy in the life eternal. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we commemorate the celebration of the Feast of St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland, and be it further resolved that we honor the Good Friday Agreement on the 25th anniversary of its ramification as the framework for lasting peace in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. So on a lighter note, happy St. Patrick's Day. I move an emergency be declared by the rules and suspended, and the Senate Resolution 1716 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to preside over the committee as a whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 155. The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start out with the white sheet on your packets, if you have the packets with you. The Senate Committee on Ways and Means recommended expenditures of $24.7 billion, including $9.2 billion SGF. It's an all funds decrease of $606,250 and an SGF decrease of $584,242 less are below the governor's 23 recommendation, primarily due to the following. Deleted $53 million to pay off the Milford and Perry Lake reservoirs. The recommendation also included delete of a transfer of $50 million from the governor's state match for federal grant programs, deleted $220 million from SGF to the Office of the Governor for state match on the infrastructure funding, deleted and transferred $500 million from the Budget Stabilization Fund for 2023. Senate Committee's recommendations and expenditures for 2024, $23.2 billion, including $9.4 billion SGF. It's an all funds increase of $925 million, and a decrease of $70.7 million SGF, below the governor's 24 recommendation. The decrease is primarily due to the following. The Attorney General, we added $650,296 SGF and deleted the same amount from special revenue to restore the 10% cut in 2020. Judicial branch deleted 16.3 million SGF for salary adjustments, which will be looked at omnibus. Department of Commerce deleted 3.6 million EDIF for International Division, Early Childhood Care Initiative, Kansas Creative Arts Commission, Salesforce Data Research Division, murals and public arts initiatives. KDHE Health added 659.1 million.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. It's a little unclear what the Ways and Means Chair, what paper he's referring to.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Everyone should have received a packet, and basically the first sheet is, as you go through that, I'm highlighting some of the things on that sheet is what I'm highlighting.
And so you're referring to the packet from?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm sorry, from KLRD?
Correct. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And could the Senator from Sherman reflect where he's at now?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm working off of my notes from that page. From if you, I don't know that you're following exactly like I'm going through, but it's pretty much down the page, and you'll see where we added or changed or deleted funds, and some of the funds are deleted and looked at conference, some are looked at omnibus, and I just had a sheet. When I get done with my sheet, if she has a particular question, I'll be more than happy to answer it.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was just trying to follow in the packet, and if there was some sort of, or if the Senator from Sherman is going in that order, I can understand that he wouldn't want to go word by word, but and the order as it's presented in the packet from KLRD, would that be correct?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
It's not all directly in order. It's the way I had put it together.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for that information. It does make it a little hard to follow through, but I appreciate the information.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger, you may continue.
Okay, I'll finish my short sheet, and then maybe they'll have some different questions. But KDHE Health, we added 659.1 million, including 76.4 SGF. We deleted 671 million, and including an addition of 71.5 million SGF, removed funding for the Medicaid expansion, 703.4 million from federal funds, and 39.4 million special revenue. Added 6.6 million, including 2.6 million SGF to increase the Medicaid physician schedule by 3%. Added 4.3 million, including 1.7 SGF to increase emergency medical service ground ambulance rates to 75% and increase the air ambulance rates to 100% of the Medicare rate for 2024. Added 1.2 million, including 482,880 SGF to extend the Medicaid adult dental coverage, including dentures and partials for 2024. Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services added 19.7 million, including 10 million SGF. Added 6.5 million, including 2.6 million SGF to provide a 5% increase for the reimbursement rates for the providers of the HCBS Frail Elderly Waiver Service for 2024. Added 2.7 million, including 1.1 million SGF to increase the targeted case management reimbursement rate to $62 per hour. Added 3 million, including 1.3 million SGF to increase the PACE reimbursement rates by 5%. Board of Regents, we added language prohibiting post-secondary education institutions expending funds to the required applicant for an employee, student, or contractor to endorse an ideology, including those of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Department of Education deleted 72.4 million SGF for special education. Review that at omnibus. Deleted 1.9 SGF for professional development program. And that left 1.8 million in the program. Deleted 3 million SGF for mental health intervention team pilot program for 2024, leaving 10.5 million in that program. Deleted 1 million SGF for the enhancement of the mentor teacher program, leaving 1.3 million in that program. Deleted 1 million SGF for the Safe, Secure School grants, leaving 4 million in that program. Department of Wildlife and Parks deleted 2.5 million for the conversion to KP&F. Kansas Department of Transportation added 4.2 million from special city and county highway transfers for the same amount from SGF to fund the formula aid to local governments in 2024. This has to do with the gas tax. There was some concern that with the price of gas, there wasn't as much revenue coming in because people were traveling less. So this says that we would add up to 4.2 million, which would keep them even with what they had last year if the revenues come in short. If the revenues come in at the stable amount or higher, this will not be transferred. State employee pay was deleted, and that will also be looked at omnibus like we have the past few years. I think with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, if he would stand for that.
He will.
On the KDHE budget part, if I am reading this correctly, is this budget deleting $1.5 billion of all funds from this, and it was 71.5 million for Medicaid expansion? So by not including that and removing that, we're losing $1.5 billion?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're deleting 671 million, including the addition of 71.5 million SGF to remove the Medicaid expansion for fiscal year 2024. It's an all funds deletion, including 703.4 million from federal funds and 39.4 million from special revenue funds.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, thank you. So not quite $1.5 billion, but definitely close to $1 billion that we are deleting and taking away, someone giving us those dollars so that 150,000 Kansans can have access to health care. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, are you wishing to be recognized? Okay. Okay. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, and it is 1688.
Give us a moment to get that distributed.
He's adding a little more to that. Jeez.
Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain if that's okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So targeted case management, I think this is something that we're relatively familiar with as we continue to hear from constituents back home. We've been battling this conversation for the last several years. What this amendment will do is to achieve the goal of getting a $75 an hour reimbursement rate for those who are targeted case managers. And so what I'm doing here, to get to that goal, I'm taking $1.8 million from the priority capital improvement projects under the Department of Corrections. It's idle funds to use for capital improvements. I'm moving this over to the reimbursement for targeted case management. Currently, the federal government reimburses about 60% of the match, and so Kansas does 40%. So with this increase in funding, we'll be able to achieve that goal of $75. And I just real quick want to read some words I've received from families and how important targeted case managers are for them. And here's one, I quote, "Our family would be lost without our case manager. From assessing our daughter's needs to helping find the resources that she needs. Without case managers, I can't even imagine traveling this road. We are losing case managers, and this scares me." Another one says, "My daughter's case manager saved her life. I truly believe she would not be here with us today if it wasn't for her. My daughter trusts her, I trust her, and we would be devastated if we lost her." Unfortunately, because of the reimbursement rates that are currently on the books here in Kansas, we continue to lose targeted case managers, which has prolonged the wait list for Kansas for those who have intellectual development disabilities. And today, unfortunately, people will be on the wait list for 10 to 14 years, which I believe is a travesty, and quite frankly, probably immoral for us to allow that to happen. So I hope we can begin to address that issue by giving some of the resources that are desperately needed for this crisis that we are facing here in Kansas. In my community of Sedgwick County, we lost a major provider called Catch just last January in 2022. And unfortunately, this has made the issue much worse for my community here in Wichita. And I know this is an issue that's facing all of our communities. It's not just in South Central Kansas. And currently, 40% of the agencies providing targeted case management in Sedgwick County are not accepting new referrals because of the lack in reimbursement. And agencies are experiencing a 36% turnover because of the lack of reimbursement. So I just hope that with this amendment, we'll be able to begin to correct the ship and get this issue resolved. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the maker stand for questions?
He's standing.
I just want to make sure that I heard correctly that we're taking money out of the corrections budget to support this particular amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
That is correct.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am, obviously we have a lot of agencies and other folks out there that do need pay increases to maintain themselves. I do support this amendment, but I am very reluctant to see this money going out of the correction budget. When we were on the subcommittee inside of Ways and Means, we heard of over $300 million of capital projects and improvement projects as we look at our correction systems that is in need and continues to grow in terms of its future numbers. So we must be very hesitant when we take money out of the corrections budget. I understand the need here. So I just want to express my support, my reluctant support, because this money needs to be, is needed in our Department of Corrections, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I respect those thoughts from the senator from Leavenworth. However, I believe these funds are geared towards eventually demolishing the Lansing prison, the old prison. However, there's been a one-year stay on the demolition of the old unit, and therefore these funds are kind of idle. And I know as a legislature, we will continue to look at prioritizing as we move forward. I agree the Department of Corrections is a very vital, important department in our government. And so because these funds are idle, I believe they will go to a very good cause. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just will add some information. I did serve on the subcommittee that dealt with the KDHE health budget. And this is the top of the request concerning target case management. We did increase the amount of money going towards target case management last year. The request was to bring it up to being able to cover $75 an hour. I would have to agree with the Senator from Sedgwick. This is an area that there is a lot of concern about, and being able to provide those providers. The subcommittee, however, did look at this and put in $2.7 million, including $1.1 million for SGF, to bring that up to $62 an hour. And partly it was to look at this at conference so as not to be at the maximum, because there are so many other areas as well, and this was just one that are asking for increased funding. The $62 an hour itself is an increase. So I'm not standing in opposition to this, but I would say that it is a concern that I would applaud the senator for finding PAYGO, finding a source of funding to match that. But I just would caution the body that we do have many other items here that that we actually have put off until omnibus to look at, and this would bring this to the maximum request.
Are there other questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, sorry.
That's all right. Just a quick question for the senator. A quick look, it looks like the average salary is $48,572 as of March 5th of 2023. Quick math, that shows me that's $28 per hour. Do we have, maybe asking the senator, Madam Chair, if we know other state employees that are making $75 an hour, and where does the $75 an hour come from?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not know that exact answer. However, I do know we continue to see a major loss of staff. There's a ton of turnover, which is causing a lot of anxiety for our families and a lot of those who are in need of IDD care. And so that is what I do know, and I think that data proves that this needs to be addressed. Going back to the Senator from Wyandott's comments, I do appreciate the committee's work on adding more funds to this important issue. However, I believe we need to go one step further. And I understand that there's been a talk about addressing this in omnibus. However, Madam Chair, we're here today talking about the budget, and I believe I can't miss any opportunity to help those who are back home where I am their voice. For me in South Central Kansas, I have the largest number of individuals who are in need of IDD care. And so therefore, I feel passionately about this and believe that we need to address this today. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a true hourly wage. They may work, 8 hours and only get paid for 4. It's not hour for hour. So that's why it's a little hard to compute.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the senator from Sedgwick stand for a question?
He's standing.
So my question really follows up on the last comment that we're not really talking about wages that are paid to individuals. We also need to have office space, equipment, vehicle expenses. So would he just confirm that this money isn't exactly just hourly wages, but is really to cover the expense of having this work done?
Do you have another question, Senator? Would you like to respond, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. I mean, these are not state employees. These are now they're rate reimbursed organizations. Like back in my community, we have Starkey, we have Ability Point, among others. And so, as you mentioned, this reimbursement covers a bunch of other costs. It's not just an hourly rate to an individual. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. This funding would be very important to the organization that helps with developmental disabilities in my district, and I'm sure many others. And I know for a fact that they have concern with the wages, and I think they're more likely to be $14, $15, or $16 an hour. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have one question for the senator from Sedgwick.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So the amount that you're adding, Senator, is what the top dollar that they had asked our subcommittee for, is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
That is correct. My understanding is the governor included $1.5 million in her budget, and they needed an additional $3 million, which I believe your committee added a little bit. I don't know the exact hourly rate and reimbursement, maybe 60 something. However, this additional money will get us to the goal of $75.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this will go to conference because the House has it in there too. So this would be the top amount, so the body knows it would be negotiated with whatever amount the House has in there. So even though he's got the top dollar, it, you know, by the time negotiations are over, it probably would alter.
Are there any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say in closing, the targeted case management reimbursement rate has not had an increase since the year 2007. For perspective, I was in the 7th grade. So that was quite a while ago, at least from my recognition. And I think it's really important that this is a critical service provided to Kansans, and I think we need to do something today. And so in closing, I just want to read a few quick words as I close on my amendment. Something that was given to me, or said to me by the Executive Director of Ability Point back home, that when you vote for this amendment, that I hope you vote for this amendment, it's for the single mother whose severely disabled son is preparing to transition out of school and desperately needs direction and support. It is a man with Down syndrome who lost both of his parents within the year, losing his home of 40 years and desperately needing support through all these losses. It's the young woman who was repeatedly taken advantage of and even trafficked till a case manager stepped in, secured crisis supports, and provided security for her and her family, but now live in fear of losing that case manager with whom mom says saved her daughter's life. And it's for the mom of 2 living in fragile X syndrome, while waiting over 10 years on a waiting list, was able to connect with a different supports by her case manager who led her to those supports. For 5,000 Kansans are on the waiting list, and this is one of the few resources that they have for these families. So with that, Madam Chair, I ask that the body approve this amendment. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the Senator from Sherman? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is there's a variety of things that I think are very important in this budget, and there are a few things that we've overlooked or that we will be addressing, hopefully in the conference committee. But I would like to ask the chair, the senator from Sherman, a few questions, if he would stand for those.
He will.
Senator, could you share with the body there are some items that are not addressed in our budget, and are we going to be, do we have a clear picture as to what, is everything that we're going to talk about at conference or that will be addressed at conference, is it in this budget bill as we see it right now?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
That's right. Pardon me? Okay. Okay. Which ones are? Okay. Madam Chair, we do have a sheet which we had in committee, and I think pretty much everything is on the sheet, yes. There could be something that the House might have that we don't have that we'll add to the sheet. But as far as the stuff from the Senate, yes.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And Senator, when you refer to the sheet, are you referring to the sheet of deleted items?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's exactly the deleted sheet.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And so as I look at that deleted sheet, then so those items are deleted, but yet potentially could be talked about or dealt with at conference committee?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's exactly what will happen. The Ways and Means Committee will even meet, sometime prior to the conference.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And so, Senator, does that then in any way change what is the Senate's position once this budget, if it does pass, would pass? Do these deleted items as being not part of the budget that is in Senate Bill 155, does that then change what is the Senate's position on these items? Or does this just mean that they are open for further negotiations?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they would be part of the negotiations in addition to differences that the House would have. Just like our differences, they'll debate ours also.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I'm trying to then rectify for myself how they are the Senate's position.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be determined by the particular item, and let's just use for an example. Let's say it's something in corrections, and when we meet with our committee, we will look what was recommended by the subcommittee from corrections. And we'll all compare that to what the House's position is, and hopefully at that time we'll come to an agreement as to what we think our position should be.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So, I mean, I've followed the process in the past when things go to the conference committee and when the budget goes to the conference committee. So, and I know there's a long sheet showing the Senate's position, the House position, and then it progresses as the negotiations going on. So if I take an item that's on this deleted sheet, and I'll just use this specific one where we have delete 5 million SGF for 2024 to reimburse healthcare providers, law enforcement agencies, and counties on an hourly basis for patient observation and transportation following an evaluation and approval for stay at a state mental health hospital and admission to the state hospital. This is on our deletion list. This was actually part of the recommendations for KDADS. It's the #1 item from the Kansas Hospital Association. So, am I to understand that when we go to conference, if in fact this Senate Bill 155 passes as it is, that this item, which is deleted, would then be on that sheet? If that is true, then how would it be reflected as a position?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being it is on the delete sheet, we will not know until we get the position of the House. We don't know what their position is at this time. And then we will conference before we go into a conference meeting.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So just going back to that item, so it's if Senate Bill 155 passes in the form that's in, and this is deleted in ours, this reimbursement for healthcare providers that do observations of $5 million. If it's not in our position, in our bill, Senate Bill 155, and it's not in the House bill, which I know has not been put together yet, how will we then conference on it?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if it's deleted on our sheet, which it is, And if the House's position is to delete, then it would be on this side, and it would be an item that we would still look at.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. That provides some clarity. So it won't be on the sheet, but it would be that those, so then it would now be actually 6 people, 3 from the House and 3 from the Senate, that the House possibly having their own delete sheet and we having our own delete sheet that could potentially bring back items into the conversation at conference. Would this be correct?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's exactly correct.
Thank you. So I'm just going to mention a few of these that are on the delete sheet because I know you can all read this at yourself, but I think it's important to realize that now, depending how this budget ends up and if it passes or doesn't pass, that many of these items that impact your constituents and mine and are important, just as the Senator from Sedgwick brought up, are not now presently part of our budget and would be potentially brought up by 1 of 6 people, 3 being from this body. So I just mentioned the $5 million that was, and this was an item that was approved by the subcommittee, that was brought by the subcommittee. Another one was deleting $15 million, including $5.9 million SGF to provide a 7% rebase in the nursing facility daily Medicaid rate for 2024. If you've received anything from your nursing homes, you know that the Medicaid rate is well below the daily cost, and in fact, it is impacting many of our nursing homes to the point that they may not be able to stay open. Another item is deleting $780,000 SGF and adding the same amount from TANF for the Boys and Girls Club. So it's going to be covered for the Boys and Girls Club, that $780,000, but it's coming from TANF. We are receiving less and less TANF because of impact that we are, of changes that we're making dealing with those that could qualify for TANF. So we're not actually pulling down the amount of monies that we could from the federal government. So our TANF funds are decreasing, and this would mean there would be less available for those needy families besides just through the Boys and Girls Club. Another item that I will mention is the deletion of the transfer of $500 million from the SGF, the Budget Stabilization Fund. So we actually had a bill that came from this body, from a member of this body, for $1 million to go into the Budget Stabilization Fund. And now we're going to we have deleted any new monies going into the Budget Stabilization Fund. Also, deleting of $50 million from the SGF to the Office of the Governor for state matches for agencies applying for federal grants. This could be a variety of projects that our state agencies would apply for, and we would not have the matching funds to be able to pull down those federal dollars for whether it's a road project or whether it's a public safety project. Those would not be available because of that, the removal of the $50 million for matching funds. The same thing belongs to the deleting the language and transfer of $220 million from the governor's infrastructure leveraging fund. So think about all those road projects, and there goes the dollars to leverage for those federal dollars to come into Kansas. Another area that I'm going to mention is dealing with the high density weighting in our education budget. That is deleted, and you all had on your desk a packet that looks like this that lists your school districts and the amount of funds that come to your school district through the high density weighting. I think it's important to realize that this legislature put that in place much due to audit showing that those funds were necessary for those low income. Madam Chair, could you ask the body to quiet down?
Could we have some quiet in the chamber? Thank you.
Thank you. Legislative post-audit study that districts with high poverty need more help. And originally this was 4 districts, but because there was, with the highest need, that was over time expanded to now include over 200 of the districts that we have in the state of Kansas, because the funding formula was changed for that. So it does provide that extra weighting that helps with, and that's around $72 million, but it helps those districts to provide that quality education that we say we want to have in every district in the state of Kansas. So these are items that are not, these are just a few of the items that are not in our budget. And so we will be then relinquishing our decisions here on this floor to be decided by 3 of us as we go to meet with the House. So I think it's important for us to be aware of who's, where do we want that decision power to lie with this body or with only 3 people. And so with that, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And what is the number?
It is 1717.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed.
Thanks, Michael. You got me one.
Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you. I can explain my amendment. For those of you who serve on Commerce or who sit on Ways and Means or in Education, any of those committees, you probably will recall that in the Commerce budget there was $1 million for child care, and the Commerce Committee, which worked that Commerce budget, did remove that $1 million along with some other provisions. And then that in the Education Committee, that discussion was brought up about child care and the $1 million, and there was overwhelming support for that $1 million of child care money because of the high need that we have in our state of Kansas dealing with child care, to be reflected in the education budget and to go through the Children's Cabinet. In the Ways and Means Committee, then we also discussed when that budget was brought forward, and the chair was a proponent and spoke to this about that $1 million and having that $1 million then be reflected to go through the Children's Cabinet, because that's an area that deals directly with, looks at child care and deals with 0 through 5 needs in the state of Kansas. So that funding did not actually then get into the final version of the budget as you see it today. So to cover that, you can see that that $1 million is now being reflected as coming from the water fund and then being placed into the $1 million for early childhood education and care, and that would be into the Children's Cabinet.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to reiterate, it's not three people making the decision here. The Senate Ways and Means Committee will go over these things before we go into conference. So it's not three people. It's our Ways and Means Committee. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. It's been mentioned several times here that it was three people doing this. It's not. The subcommittee has all the input that they have at any other time. So thank you.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carrier. I'm not sure where you're getting the money. Is it from Commerce or Water? And then secondly, would you repeat, we're on the early childhood education. What is that money going to be used for? Just to clarify your motion. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. There was $52 million that was originally was in there to pay off their 2 reservoirs, and then that got changed through another method to do that over time, or do that with a, and that, yeah, and that it got put into a fund to generate interest, which actually would, so it's coming from that $52 million, $1 million of that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise in support of this amendment. I served on the Children's Cabinet until actually the chair who's presiding over us took my spot, and they do exemplary work, and we do know that workforce is a huge issue in our state right now, and this $1 million will help provide some of that early child care need. I do serve on the Education Committee, and this was a recommendation of our Education Committee, since we did not, those on Commerce felt this was better under the Children's Cabinet. So I will be supporting this, and I urge the body to also support this.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we all like this idea, but I just want to caution everyone when we start down this path. This is the second amendment now that we're taking money, and here now we're taking money from water, which we're trying to get funded. So I would oppose taking this money out of the water fund. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to comment that the money would not be from the state water plan fund. It would be from monies identified specifically to pay down the water debt storage at Milford and Perry Lakes. We made a big payment on water storage debt last year. And right now, we have water transfer funds coming from municipalities. So there would still be a lot of money left to be earning interest and to pay off that debt. But it is not necessarily a priority because there are ways that is already being paid. So thank you.
Are there other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you.
With your amendment.
Thank you. Well, this body has repeatedly, or in their committees, have repeatedly talked about childcare. I know many of you are looking at that in your communities. I myself serve on a group, on a board called Growing at Wyandotte to address not only the address how we can increase the funding for childcare, because we do have childcare slots in Kansas. There's 71,000 childcare slots available in Kansas right now, and only 59,000 of them are being filled. And some might say that's because of where they're located, but it also is a matter of what age group they're available for. We know that infant child care is an extreme need. It's an extreme need in my community. this $1 million would just be another way to help look at how we can provide resources. Other states have tried different things that we haven't tried yet, to work with employers through grants to use towards child care. This would be an amount of money that would be there to help with that very issue. The chair of Ways and Means spoke to this amount. I know we just made a change, and we just voted on adding moving $1.8 million for target case management. You know, this is addressing those needs with our children early in life, which can help alleviate other needs later in life. As the senator from Douglas mentioned, that fund is really not being depleted. It has more than enough to deal with these two reservoirs that actually have a very low interest rate, and so that's why that was being looked at as dealing with in a different way. So I would appreciate the support of the body, and I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes.
Do you have a number?
Yes, 1701.
Just give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chairman, I'll explain it. It is not the first time this body, maybe a few new members have not seen this before, but this has been passed a couple years ago, and what it is to require e-verification for state employees and contractors for contracts $50,000 or greater. It would go into effect with the 2024, at the rest of the year, and 24 and 25 budgets. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the maker will stand for questions.
She will.
Thank you. Could you explain what the impact of an e-verify, what it is exactly for our newer members, how it would, what its impact would be, if there's any kind of fiscal impact of doing that?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I need to correct myself. It would, during the fiscal year ending June 2024, and named in this or other Appropriations Act of 2023 regular session. There is not a fiscal impact that I'm aware of, but it is a few steps to ask our current departments and agencies to go through. It is nothing more than what is required of federal employees or federal contracts.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for those who don't know what e-verify is, could the maker please kind of specify what it's checking, why it's used, and what its benefits are to the state?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. E-Verify is a database that verifies that you are a U.S. citizen and that you are legal to work in the United States.
Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With everything going on in the border and concerns throughout our state, I think that this makes sense, and I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Sherman? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And do you have a number?
I do. It's 1695.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I would explain my amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we're currently looking, and I want to thank the good senator. All I can think is Goodland. I know better, but I want to thank him and the committee for all their work. They've put a tremendous effort into this, as they usually do. But I've got a graph, if anybody's interested, on my desk of increased expenditures. And what this amendment would do is decrease the increase by approximately 2%. The $9.4 billion, we would subtract approximately $190 million, and we would get there by decreasing agencies 6.25%, and the managers can decide where that cut comes from. We've done this in the past, and we exclude all public safety, schools, all the usual caseloads, corrections, care expenditures, school for the blind and deaf, all of the usuals. With that, I'd stand for question.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Will the maker stand for question, Madam Chair?
She will.
Madam Chair, am I to understand that we're doing a 6.5% slash across the board to all agencies except for the ones mentioned by the maker?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is what the results would be. Yes, and I can read out any fiscal obligations, contracted bonds, any of that is excluded. The Department of Corrections, Adjutant General, State Fire Marshal, Kansas Highway Patrol, Attorney General, Kansas KBI, Emergency Medical Services Board, Kansas Sentencing Commission, Kansas Commission on Peace Officers in Standard Training, all public safety, K through 12 excluded, Department of Children and Families, Healthcare, Department of Health and Environment, Corrections, caseloads, medical expenditures, care, any of those obligations that we have, it does not impact those. And we did this a few years ago. It was before the good senator's time. It was actually in 2012. It worked quite well. What ended up happening was the original budget was to decrease state employee salaries, and myself and others worked and found a solution and just gave a number to the departments and agencies, and they were able to find those savings. This just asked them to dig a little deeper, especially with all the massive increases that we've had over the years in spending.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the sentiment of saving the taxpayers' money. I will say, though, I do stand opposed to this approach right now, as we aren't in desperate times, and we have a process where the Ways and Means Committee and our body in the chamber across the way, we go through each of those budgets, and if there is a directive set by our majority party or something where we collaborate, we can impact those changes and actually get in with those department heads and put those changes in place. If we just say we want a 6.5% reduction, we're disenfranchising that whole process where we interview and come in and they come in and present their budgets about what they feel they need, what the governor feels they need, and what we feel they need. And just by having a broad brush to make a cut doesn't seem prudent to me at this time. I don't think we need to disenfranchise the good work of the Ways and Means Committee, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is inaccurate, and we have done this before. In fact, what this is doing is showing confidence, utmost confidence, in those managers that they can find this 6.25% saving across the board. I know they will, especially if you look in the last few years. We've increased, in the last 5 years, or 6 years, let's go there, we've increased spending $3.1 billion. $3.1 billion. I think that they can find $190 million savings, Madam Chair.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. I support this amendment because I do feel like it's supporting the Ways and Means Committee. It's helping them complete the process. They deal with an incredible amount of outside influence that makes their budgetary process so difficult, and sometimes to step in and be the voice of reason is very helpful to those folks. And as I had the opportunity to run some of the numbers and look at some of the numbers in relation to this amendment, and what you see is from 2022 to 2023, we saw the budget increase nearly 13%, which far outpaces inflation. And it looks to me like this amendment was designed to bring the budget back more in line with inflation, because I think it's basically all of our core tenets to spend the citizens' tax money wisely, and we do that through lower taxes, or at least trying to keep it in line with inflation. And I think this amendment doesn't go that whole step, in that it exempts so many of those agencies and entities. But this is a very small way to try to bring our budget back in line with inflation. And we do know inflation is rampant, and in some degree, we can't seem to find our way to really cut the budget. So at least setting the litmus test as being inflation, I think, is a very helpful thing. It's a very financially wise thing for us to do here in the state of Kansas. And this amendment does it very simply, and it empowers the agencies to figure out the best way to get us back in line with a reasonable budget. Because as the carrier of the amendment said, our spending is like 160% above inflation at this point. And that's not acceptable. It's not tenable. We can do better. And I'm happy to have this opportunity to assist the Ways and Means Committee in doing so. So I encourage each of you to support this amendment to bring a little bit of fiscal responsibility back to our budget. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I rise in opposition to this amendment. As was mentioned earlier, in Ways and Means, every agency that provides services for Kansans, who are Kansans, brought forth their budgets, some with requests for increase, some for just maintenance. But when you look at this 6.2%, that would be a good thing to have addressed at that time. I would remind the body that in 2019, the governor, because of the status of our budget at that time, did impose a 10% allotment across agencies and over time, but that was necessary then and not now. This budget that we're looking at currently has no employee pay increases in it. And it was mentioned about inflation. Inflation's currently at 6.4%, and the average rate for 22 is 8.3%. So that 5% pay raise that we do not have in our budget would not be keeping pace with inflation for our staff that works for our citizens of Kansas to provide the services that all of these budgets speak to. And the CPI right now has increased over 30%. So I think if this were something that was going to be addressed, it should have been addressed as we looked at each one of those budgets, and not at a time when we're going to place it on something we already put in place. We just, a moment ago, and as you're looking at this budget, you may or may not have noticed, but like for example, the Attorney General's office had a 10% increase in that budget to make up for that allotment in 19. So, and I haven't heard anyone yet speaking about that, about reducing that. So that's just one example. We just talked about different needs, one of them being for target case management, and that's an increase in this budget, just as many other things are as well. So I think this is an issue that should be dealt with through legislation, not added on to the final budget bill that we're going to be voting on soon.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the good senator for bringing this. I assure you that the Ways and Means Committee works hard every day, trying to make sure every dollar is spent wisely. I'm going to oppose this amendment because I believe in the committee process, and I think that, you know, we'll all agree that we want to save money, but I'm not sure what the unintended consequences might be here. And yes, the budget has grown, continues to grow, but go to the grocery store. Look what food's costing. I mean, people talk inflation. You know, the folks that work at these agencies, they're seeing the same increases. You know, and when we go through all these budgets, our subcommittees, they do their best. And we try to save money wherever we can, whenever we can. So with that being said, I would oppose this amendment.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to come out strong for it, very strong. How many of you guys saw the movie Top Gun, right? How many of you? There's a quote in there that says, son, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. Well, guess what? We continue to do that as a state. And to deny us this opportunity to lower the budget in a very thoughtful manner that has been done in the past is just amazing to me. This is the process. A majority of us do not sit on that committee. We do not have access to all of these budgets. I ask that the body support this amendment because of your constituents, because of taxpayers. This amendment alone will pay for removing state income tax on Social Security. And it will also pay for the standard deduction increase with inflation. That puts money back into our taxpayers' pockets, not continuing this massive, out-of-control government growth. I'm asking for a measly 2% across the board, which equates to about 6.25 in certain areas. They can do it. I guarantee it. I have the confidence in them. We have given them pay raises and supported those in the past. And I ask that the body that they think about their constituents when they vote on this amendment, that we would love to get them a break on their state income tax. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I stand opposed to this amendment because it is possible for any of us to bring an amendment that would reduce funds for a specific agency. But I know that every agency is different. Some of them rely much more on employees and their staff rather than programs. So this, I think, could affect those agencies that have a higher percentage of their budget as staff expenditures very differently. So I think we should entertain specific reductions, not across the board. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, son, you're writing checks, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. The state needs to rein in spending, and this is a way to do it. I'll give you another one. Think about the movie, it's another Tom Cruise movie. When they're at the end of the movie and they ask if they want the truth, you can't handle the truth. And he says, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. Well, you guys, our constituents put us on the wall. They put us to come up here and defend their pocketbooks, their safety, and that's what this amendment would do. I ask that the body join me in support. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Division has been called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. "13 having voted in favor and 19 against. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to, I think on SB 155, page 204, lines between 13 and 25. There was a proposal made to have KBOR, when they hire or when they look at applications for administration or students or enrollment or contractors of any kind, to bring in DEI into the factor, or to remove it, let's say. So I would like to speak to that, and I do have an amendment for this as well.
Have you turned your amendment in?
Yes, I have, Madam Chair.
Do you have a number?
1719.
Please give us a moment to get those distributed.
Thank you.
Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, I would like to read.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not going to read the entire thing. I will read the section, parts of it. I'll start with, during fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, notwithstanding the provisions of any statute to the contrary, no expenditures shall be made to any post-secondary education institute from monies appropriated from the State General Fund or any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2024 as authorized by this or any other appropriation act of 2023, of the regular session, compel, require, induce, solicit, encourage, or coerce any applicant, employee, student, or contractor, or to endorse any ideology, including the ideology of diversity, equity, or inclusion, or provide a statement articulating their experience, commitment to, or expertise in diversity, equity, or inclusion, or B, provide preferential consideration to any applicant, employee, student, or contractor based on the person's unsolicited statement of a commitment to ideology, including the ideology of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what was in our book, and I'm not sure the fiscal impact of it because I don't know what it is until they move forward with it, I suppose. The reason I feel this is extremely important to discuss is I've served on 2 different search committees for Kansas State University, one for the provost for the Kansas State University, and one for our current president, President Linton, also for the current provost, I should explain. We worked on the draft for the job description. About 20 of us were on the committee. We all reviewed it, including K-Board members. It's been revised and revised and revised, went to constituents, revised it. And when we do a national search, we get so many applicants, let's say 50, 80, 100, whatever it might be. When you're looking for the leader that best is unique and has the leadership qualities that you want for your university, you have to make sure they are vetted. And at that time, what my community was looking for was somebody that could reach our 101 counties, that can reach our rural areas, that can reach first-generation students, that can make them go into high school and have them apply for scholarships to go to universities. These are the things we look at. Which one should they be removing when we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion? We look for student individual plans as they're graduating from high school. What are we going to do for them to accommodate them in universities or in any type of secondary education? For these reasons, I feel we need to strike that language in our budget. I don't see the need for it. In fact, I see it holding us back from progress and moving our economic prosperity forward in the state of Kansas. With that, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose this amendment. This would basically codify and implement environmental, social, and governance in our fiscal policy in the state of Kansas. In other words, we would be implementing social agendas over fiduciary responsibilities of our agencies to make the most important decisions about how to go forward with our state spending. So it's as simple as that. This is there as a protection from those type of policies, and I very strongly oppose this and would urge the body to vote it down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the prior speaker might have been a little confused. This is not ESG. This has nothing to do with investing. It's nothing about codifying ESG inside of our codes. This is a provision that was added, a piece of policy added into our budget for our education systems, our higher education systems, a policy that could or could not be good. We didn't have a hearing on it. We should have this and have it exposed. We should have a hearing on this. If there's a bill out there, have a bill, but we shouldn't sneak this into our budget. It's basically saying no ideologies, and then it specifies diversity, equity, and inclusion as one of those. But there are other ideologies out there. We could name probably 100 of them. When we have universities whose job it is to elevate the discussion, elevate our education of our kids, some of those things are going to include studying things like the equity between genders, the inclusion of different factors, or are we able to work with different financial backgrounds, ethnicities, rural and urban? There's all types of different ideologies that exist. We're opening up our schools to being sued if they ask questions or ask students questions like this, even on essays or on entrance exams, or on just having a discussion on their experience. It's unnecessary, it's reactionary, it has unintended consequences, it's ill-defined. It stops certain professors who have specialties in these subjects from being hired because we can't investigate whether they know these things. And if we're gonna do this, I feel like we shouldn't make a policy in our budget that has such broad-reaching impact. So I do stand in favor of this amendment that would strike that from the language, and I encourage whoever put this in to introduce a bill so we can have a proper hearing on it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the language of the parts of the bill that the amendment seeks to strike, it looks like it would be a protection to leave the language in. It would protect any applicant to a post-secondary educational institution, any employee of that post-secondary educational institution, as well as any student or contractor, to protect them from being required or induced or solicited or compelled, encouraged or coerced to endorse any ideology. It doesn't look like it would prohibit studying any of that, but it would protect any applicant, employee, student, or contractor from being required to endorse any ideology. So I support the bill as proposed. Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to that, it says that they can't make a statement articulating their experience or commitment to the expertise in diversity, equity, inclusion. When we do interviews, we ask so many questions about what do you know about rural areas? What do you know about agriculture? What do you know about first-generation students? These are all diversity questions. What do you know about individualized education plans? How do you make accommodations? If we don't have that type of information, how do we know they are best fit to be leaders in our universities and teach all of the students that are paying a lot of tuition for an education? In order to make sure we are creating an environment for those students, we need to make sure we have the appropriate leader. And that's what this does. It's not about endorsing an ideology so much as being included in all of the ideology conversations, not specific to one, but having an open conversation, a freedom of speech as they are speaking, and not exclude ones that don't agree with them, but include everybody, because that is what higher education is all about. It's a grounding place for critical thinking skills. And what better person to have in leadership than one that promotes all of those thought processes with a variety of individuals on the school grounds. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, would the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
She will.
What is an appropriate leader based on diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. An appropriate leader would be based on what the search committee chooses. In this case, if you're choosing the president of a university, the hiring process in the hands of the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents would make that decision based on the final applications that come in. They're choosing the appropriate leader for that in university. None of us may be a part of it, some of us may be a part of it, but they're basing that decision on all the questions that they ask that they feel would be, whether it's Wichita, whether it's KU, K-State, whatever it is, they need that type of information to do that. So I'm not here to say this one is appropriate or this is not appropriate, but I do know when you get to the top three, you're looking more closely at which one is going to represent the values you want for that university.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially what's being said here is that these particular diversity, equity, inclusion policies or these are a litmus test as to whether or not they would qualify for that position. We know for a fact that there are financial type of policies that are imposing this. This is absolutely part of the ESG movement that's going through the society. Silicon Valley Bank just collapsed because they had 915 different ESG/DEI type investors with interest in that bank. That was part of the reason, along with the long bonds. But we're not looking at who is the best qualified. We are checking boxes rather than looking at someone's real qualifications to hold that job. This is just a protection for the state to say no one can be coerced into promoting those type of policies. And that includes, especially should include our educational institutions. This should not be part of it. So I, once again, very strongly oppose this amendment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, DEI statements have become the expectation for anyone that's applying in higher education. And if you just do a quick little search, one of the things you'll see is the coaching of a DEI statement. And one of the first things to pop up is your DEI statement needs to address the following topics: your knowledge about matters of diversity, equity, inclusion, your past experiences with activities emphasizing diversity, equity, inclusion, your future plans for promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, particularly in your classroom and lab. It has become, in higher education, a litmus test. And one of the things that really isn't being addressed is, so we talked about, at least the carrier of the amendment mentioned that that was a part of the requirement for the new president at K-State University. But the fact of the matter is most higher education is requiring this of absolutely every applicant. So does the custodial staff, is it really necessary for them to provide a DEI statement? Is it actually necessary for you to be able to teach in your academic area of expertise, for you to share DEI experiences or how you're going to incorporate it into the classroom? Again, it's a standard requirement in an application process, and what is in our budget is simply saying, in our public universities, that's not going to be a standard requirement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the problems with the inclusion of these words is that it would apply to everyone. I agree that there are probably a lot of employees at a university that it would not be appropriate to ask these questions. But in terms of inclusion, it seems to me that those people in my community very much want a chancellor for our university to be inclusive of people across the state. And so that's a good reason to have this discussed in committee and not just as a proviso for the bill. I support the amendment.
Are there other questions on the amendment? See, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the carrier. I know that it's a requirement on some of our university employment applications because it was brought to my attention by my 20-year-old daughter. And she asked me, Mom, what is Z, ZER, and ZERS? So my question is for the carrier of the amendment, what is Z, ZER, and ZERS? And is it defined in the dictionary?
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Yes, thank you. Excellent question. I guess it depends on the job you're seeking. If your job you're seeking needs that type of language, which you're going to use with your clients or your students or whatever area you are in, it might be appropriate for you to know that type of terminology. But if you're not in that specific field, you may not need to know that type of terminology. But you bring up a good point. Diversity is defined in a variety of ways. We can talk about SES. We can talk about the age. We can talk about a variety of factors when we talk about diversity. So no, I don't know what that means because it's not in my purview for anything that I've had to apply for. But if it is a position where I have to apply for and it's essential for me to know that, I should probably know that. Thank you.
Senator from Burton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just the general application for one of our state universities. And it is, I mean, for work study on campus, the same question is asked on our university employment application. So if we're going to be throwing slang terms out there and putting them on employment applications, they better be defined in the dictionary that we all use to understand the English language, because if anything is more confusing, it's asking somebody what their pronouns are, and I was never taught that in school, and neither was my daughter. So anyway, it's very frustrating that we can allow these type of things in our public education system and through our higher education system. There should be a standard of at least definition. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are talking a lot about applications to our public post-secondary educational institutions, and I'm also looking at what the bill does that the amendment seeks to strike is protecting our students. The amendment seeks to strike protection for our students at our public post-secondary educational institutions, protection for our students at these institutions from having to endorse any ideology, protection for our students from having to provide a statement articulating their experience, commitment to, or expertise in a particular ideology, and also protects our students from being denied or granted preferential treatment based on their commitment or perhaps their refusal to commit to a particular ideology. And I therefore again stand against the amendment and in support of the bill as written. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, do I make a statement now or do I move it and then make a statement? Make a statement, okay, thank you. Sorry. I appreciate the dialogue, and I think what this shows is the reason for my request to strike it is because we do have so many questions. We do have so many unanswered questions. We have so many things we want to define. We need much more clarity. We need more discussion. We are talking about applications that we may never even see. I'm not sure what everybody's profession is in here. I'm sure some of you are in small business, some might be working for corporations, some might be retired, but I don't know what type of applications everybody's seeing. And I am of a different generation. The children, my children see things very differently than I do. Their standards are different, their applications are different, the requirements for preferred and required items are different on each application process. But because of that, I do think we need to have more discussion and not just stick it into our budget as is. The dialogue here shows me that it's very necessary. The Kansas Board of Regents has their pillars that they try to follow for their strategic plan. Family, business, and economic prosperity. And family has affordability, access, and success. Business is about the talent pipeline and innovation. Economic prosperity is about intentional economic activity and community and state benefits. Ultimately, the goal for us, I feel, is to increase our workforce, recruit businesses, retain our staff, and increase and leverage what Kansas offers to outside states. And with that, I believe that is the mission of KBOR. And that is why I feel we should strike it and have that conversation towards the same goals, but also answer the questions that are being answered about what is diversity, what is inclusion, what is ideology. We can't just comprehensively say ideology. All of us have an ideology. Which ones are we talking about? So that has not been clearly defined. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Roll call. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Senator from Kyle, Senator Bowers.
No.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
No.
Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (11) having voted in favor, 25 against. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in our conversation here about the budget, you know, it came up about the being fiscally sound and the amount of money we're spending and whether things are going the right place. And so I have an amendment that is a proviso. So it is number 1715.
And you have turned it in?
I have.
It was just a moment to distribute.
Am I looking?
Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll be glad to explain it.
Please
So this body probably will remember that, well, that all of our mental health centers are working towards certification of certified community behavioral health clinics, CCBHCs. And as of July of 2022, 9 of them have achieved provisional certification. We, as a legislature, put in place legislation to move all of them forward because of the benefits that being a certified community behavioral health center brings to our mental health centers to help them to provide services for all of their clients. If you recall, the legislation that we put in place provided a timeline for funding. And for example, this year, there will be an additional CCBHCs required 9 clinics to become certified no later than July of 2023, and the final 8 by no later than July of 2024. We had discussion in the subcommittee about this very process and the fact that, for example, my Wind Up Mental Health, my center was one of the first ones, actually it was a pilot, they were one of the first ones to become a CCBHC. And they have shared information about how it's helped them to be able to pay more for their social workers, because as you probably heard from your own communities about the high demand of social workers from our school districts and our hospitals and our community centers, and that our community center, our mental health centers were falling behind, and so it was almost like a revolving door. So it's helped them very much in being able to keep staff, which has helped with services. This just puts in place a proviso to allow within the KDAT, in the KDAT budget, to provide for, if those final 8 are ready prior to July of 2024, they would be able to move forward in the process to become a CCBHC prior to that time. So it helps to move to allow that funding to help them move forward, and that way, if they're ready, they would be able to move forward in that process. And I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will rise in support of this amendment. It's just a proviso. I think if we have groups that are ready, let's move them up. Let's get them in the system. We can get more money back into the system. That'll, I think, hopefully help the cause. And I think Senator from Wyandotte explained it pretty well. So I just rise in support of this proviso. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question, and then the carrier of the bill?
She will. We are on the amendment. She will stand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would ask the carrier of the amendment, are you on the Ways and Means Committee?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I am.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Was the amendment brought in committee?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Yes. Well, not as a proviso, but it was brought forward, yes.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would ask of the carrier of the bill, I know we're on the amendment, but what are his thoughts on the process since she is on the committee?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger, do you wish to address that?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't recall exactly what her proposal was, so I don't remember this one, and I don't know. Just a second. Madam Chair, the subcommittee's recommendation was to review this particular issue at omnibus.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
A question for the carrier of the amendment. Can she help us understand the fiscal impact of this amendment. As I recollect from the initial language of these facilities, that it was open-ended for the Secretary of KDHE to basically spend as much money as they so desired or needed. We weren't able to pass spending constraints. This has the opportunity to basically be a bottomless glass of spending. Can she clarify?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So this is, I have to use the question, the senator's words, this is not a bottomless glass. But it would be, and through the KDAD's budget, if the 8 remaining were able to have everything in place to be ready before July 24th, it would be an additional, it would be 23 million out of the KDAD's budget. All funds, not just, this is not SGF, all funds.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Again, I question whether we know what can be spent on this or not. It seems to be deviating from the standard means of handling such a situation, and I would strongly encourage the body not to just open up the taxpayer's pocketbook. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding, and I feel very lucky to have a community that did go through this process for a community behavioral health clinic. And my understanding is that the statutes that we passed allow for this to happen in a series of additions. And so right now, we can authorize up to 9, but more than that are ready, and those then would have to wait a year. Mental health is a huge issue for my community, for many other communities. If there is funding there, certainly if it's not SGF totally, but matched funding, this is a good way to get those dollars started earlier in communities who are ready and will be authorized in the coming year.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to point out this will be reviewed at omnibus if it doesn't go through. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you.
Move your amendment.
So just for the knowledge of the body, if this community center is, if one of these 8 is in your community, this is a way to help them if they are ready to move forward before July the 2024. That funding that was mentioned, 14.6 of it is federal and 9.7 is SGF that would come through KDADS to be able to move these forward if they have met all the qualifications prior to July of 2024, which in turn means that they're eligible. They'll be able to recoup all of their administrative costs, which means that your community centers will have more funding to help provide services, your mental health community centers, to help provide services in the community, which is a plus for our citizens in Kansas. Remember, this is a proviso. It would be on for 1 year to help to move that forward. And with that, I'll move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back. Division has been called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. (18) having voted in favor and 12 against, the motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's said that a budget reflects the priorities. And given that, I'm confused. In every committee, not just Commerce, we've been hearing about the critical issue of workforce development over and over again in interim committees over this past year and in countless conferences and community business meetings. The top issue is workforce development. As I look around the room at each one of these events, I see heads nodding in agreement all throughout the room. But here, in this budget before us today, even a modest pay increase for state employees has been removed. Madam Chair, I remain confused and frankly frustrated. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to reiterate that point. I'm a big advocate. During the committee process, we've basically taken out the employee raises, knowing that we had inside the governor's budget a 5% increase of salaries for our state employees. And we think about the critical workforce. My colleague just reiterated the point that we have IT workers that we can't pay, we can't keep. We've got workforce issues in the state. The unemployment system that I was part of during the unemployment modernization, a big part of that was how do we attract and keep the workforce in our state. And I think a good state employee pay plan is key. We need to look at adjusting that entire pay structure. We need to have employees moving and having a non-compressed pay structure that they can move through. And we need to make market adjustments for these type of inflationary events that we've seen. My colleague from Wyandotte has already expressed the rate of inflation and how at 6.5%, a 5% increase doesn't even keep up with that rate of inflation. That employee pay plan was $65 million that was struck from the budget recently, put into the conference committee for the mega budget. It still keeps us underneath, we're $70 million underneath the governor's recommendation, and that $65 million would put us just almost right up to the governor's recommendation. But we are in pay-go, and so there must be a way to pay for the $65 million. And so my proposition is an amendment, Madam Chair.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It's 1725.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think it'd be best if I just explained it. It won't take but a minute. This pay plan would increase our employees' state pay, except for those who have already gotten it. Just like it's in the governor's budget, there seems to have been widespread agreement that this was something we probably will go with. I think we can do it now. I think we should do it now. We should support our employees out there. It is at a cost of $65 million. I'm also a big advocate. I had 200 sisters, Catholic sisters, come up from in and around my district, and they said, Senator Pittman, when are we going to expand Medicaid? I said, I don't know, but we'll try. The governor had it in her budget, and because we are not expanding Medicaid, it's costing the state for in the 2 years of this budget, it's costing us $70 million. $70 million, 71.5 over the next year. We're going to pay for the state employee pay raise by expanding Medicaid and saving the state over the next 2 years, $71.5 million, thereby helping all those folks that are coming off of the Medicaid rolls during the pandemic, helping over 150,000 by last count, Kansans get access to critical care, helping with the mental health facilities out there, helping our local businesses have employees who are making low wages, helping those low-wage workers get access to insurance that they can count on, and therefore helping our local businesses. I see this as a workforce development, both for our state workers as well as across the state, Madam Chair. And I think we can do it. We can do it today. So, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none. Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really don't think this is the time or the place to be doing something like Medicaid expansion without going through the proper committee process. So I would oppose this amendment.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the Senator from Sherman mentioning the proper process, but I did introduce the bill for Medicaid expansion early in this session, and for a variety of reasons, it does not have a hearing. Didn't have a hearing last year either. So if we're looking for the proper time and place, I would be very supportive of that occurring. And so would those hundreds of Kansans that were in our Capitol yesterday at the Medicaid expansion rally. And so would the 100 to 150 Kansans that, 150,000 Kansans that would be eligible, working Kansans that would be eligible for health care. Not to underestimate as the senator from Leavenworth said, the amount of funding that this would bring into our state that would, as his amendment speaks to, would cover the 5% pay rates that we presently don't have in our budget, or it could cover the expansion for special ed, the funding for special ed. There's a number of things there. And as was mentioned earlier, or I think was mentioned earlier, the over $6 billion that we've already missed out on, not to talk about the fact that if we did pass Medicaid expansion, the funding that we would be bringing in each year would cover our state costs for the next 8 to 10 years. We are an island already. We are an island in the middle of the country, surrounded by every state that touches this has passed Medicaid expansion. We will now be we are already in the bottom 10 when it comes to not passing Medicaid expansion. I think that I'm proud to be a Kansan. I've lived in Kansas all my life. But I think we can make the good decisions for our citizens, but to think that they don't need health care certainly is not one of those. So I would agree, it would be great to have a hearing, but we have not, this body and leadership has chosen not to allow that to occur. And so we have to look at how we can take the avenues to make that become a possibility, and this is certainly one of them.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the body taking this under consideration. I know we've had the debate over the years, and it continues. We have foregone over $6 billion of federal investment that we, our taxpayers, have paid for. That's not coming into our state to help support our state hospitals, our rural hospitals, our businesses, our chambers of commerce that support this, and the moral point alluded to before. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to move the amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion fails. Roll call has been called. Seeing 5 hands, it is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just yesterday, North Carolina Senate agreed to expand Medicaid on a bipartisan vote of 44-2. It's already passed the House. We are going to be left in an island. We're already an island, and we had the opportunity to not only provide health care to 150,000 Kansas, but actually we could do it by boosting our budget. What we are cutting out by not doing Medicaid expansion, we could have paid the increase on special ed funding. Forget about the $1 billion that we're gonna get and the $6 billion that we've already forgone. Also, I think it's a disgrace that we chose not to support our state employees who are underpaid and feel like they are not appreciated, they're attacked every day, but yet we have the opportunity, we have the funds, but our budget is our priorities as a Senate, and unfortunately, this is not a good budget that shows we have our priorities in order, but thank you, and I don't need my remarks spread.
Could the senator from Sherman please repeat your vote?
Pass.
And could the senator from Finney please repeat your vote? Senator Dahl, could you please? Thank you, Senator from Sherman. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do care about our state employees. These salaries will be looked at omnibus, just like they've been the last several years. Thank you.
Does any senator wish to, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman?
Madam Chair, I vote yes on this amendment. I think it's high time we expanded CanCare. I think it's high time we support our public employees. I hope, never mind, don't record that. I don't have my words in order, so I'll submit them later. Thank you.
Does any senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I trust the senator from Leavenworth, and I would like to sign on to his explanation of vote.
So noted. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I just want to double check that I was recorded as an aye, and just an explanation of vote. I do want to thank the senator from Leavenworth bringing this amendment. You know, we talk so much about economic development in this state, and we think about basically the 150,000 plus Kansans. The vast majority of them work. We also know that many Kansas families are typically one medical ailment away from financial disaster. It's too bad we couldn't have sucked it up today to make this happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you like your remarks spread across the journal?
They're not that good. Thank you.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I would like to explain my vote. The 150,000 is just a made-up number. We have no data to prove that. When it comes to Medicaid expansion, what it reminds me of when they say we're going to get money, this is starting a new program, and suddenly we're going to get all this money that we can use to spend for other things. Reminds me of one spouse telling another, do you know how much money I saved because I got this on sale? It would have been this much, but now instead of $100, it only cost us $20. It's still a cost of $20. I want to protect the people that are the vulnerable Kansans that are currently on the Medicaid program, who would have to fight to try to find a doctor if we were to add able-bodied single adults onto this program. Also want to protect the 15,000 Kansans that currently have a private plan for which they pay zero to very little, and they pay nothing for a doctor's visit, $5 for a specialist visit, and zero for their generic drugs, who would be forced into a Medicaid program and trying to find a doctor. Currently, they have a private plan for which the state of Kansas does not have to pay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like your remarks spread across the journal? So noted. Senator from Finney, Senator Dole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are a chamber representing people. Most of us senators represent about 74,000 people in the House, 23,000. I've watched surveys the last 12 years. Each one of them is about 70% in favor of Medicaid expansion. Those are surveys done throughout the state. I have not seen a survey yet that Medicaid expansion wasn't over 50%. If we're truly a representative of our populace, I think we really need to reconsider how we vote on like this. And no, I don't want these spread. I don't want anybody to know I said this.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Not passing Medicaid expansion is not only denying those working poor from having access to quality health insurance, but it's also costing all of us who have insurance. All the studies show that our rates, our costs have gone up as well. So we're paying more because we don't want to pass, or we don't want to have a conversation, a debate, a vote on Medicaid expansion. Just as was said, surveys across the state show that over 70% of Kansans support Medicaid expansion. 41 states now have passed Medicaid expansion. That number's going to, no state that has passed Medicaid expansion has dropped Medicaid expansion. Why? Because it's good for their citizens. And now, with the FMAP increases that are there as an incentive, we would be getting even more if we passed Medicaid expansion for our state and would cover our costs to the state for the next 8 to 10 years. I continue to be baffled by the fact that as a body, that we don't want to have that conversation and that we are ignoring what Kansans are saying they want. Healthcare is good for employers, it's good for employees, it's good for families, and it's very good for children, because if parents have health care, they're more likely to provide health care, to take their own children who might already be available for CHIP to have their health covered, which is good for our young people and good for growing our state. This continual reaction from our body is so short-sighted for all of us.
Senator, would you like to have your remarks spread across the journal? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some remarks on my explanation of vote. I recognize that the expansion of Medicaid will affect individuals differently. A conversation that I had at the beginning of this session was with a Social Security disability lawyer who let me know that 10 to 15% of the people he represents are asking for Social Security disability so that they can get health care to return to work. They've had a back injury, they need that surgery, they're trying to return to work. I want every Kansan who wants to work to have that chance and not to have to wait a year or two to get it. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread across the journal?
If I manage to get them done in an hour.
The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (11) having voted in favor, 22 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that I heard the senator from Sherman say that part of this bill would delete $72.4 million in state general funds for special education state aid for fiscal years 2024 and review that at omnibus. My question for the senator from Sherman, if he would stand for it, is was this the first step in the governor's budget to start to match our statutory obligation for special ed?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not sure where the governor got her number from, but yes, it was a number in her budget. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This funding for special ed is very important to the school districts that I represent in Douglas and Jefferson counties. And the senator from Sherman may remember that I offered an amendment last year about special ed and funds that we could use to pay for it. And I was told that it would be considered at omnibus. I understand there's a lot to consider at omnibus, and it was not. So because it's important to me, I have put together an amendment. I've turned it in. It's 1723, and when they've been distributed, I think I can explain it.
Give us a moment to distribute. The Senate will stand at ease. We have the amendment. It will now be distributed. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but first my apologies to the body. This amendment would add $52 million to the amount for the special ed funds. And those funds come from the monies that were going to be sent to the Office of the State Treasurer to invest in the hopes that at some point they could be used to pay off our water storage debt associated with the Milford and Perry Lake reservoirs. So this is the same funding that was talked about in an earlier amendment. And so I had one for 51 million and one for 52 million. I was hoping the million would go on an earlier amendment. So this is now all the $52 million that would be, or is now earmarked to send to the Office of the Treasurer for that water storage debt. That $52 million, I believe, could be more appropriately used for special education funding, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am not going to support this amendment, and the reason I'm not going to support the amendment is something that I spoke to, a couple of hours ago when a conference committee was appointed. This is something that we know that funding for special education is something that we want to address, but we want to make sure that we have those preliminary, we have the informational hearing in Senate Education this next week, and that we also work together to come up with what's the most appropriate amount of funding for special education. You know, one of the things that we know is going to be changing is the CPI for base state aid. We know that's going to be going up significantly, and so we just want to be able to, when we are negotiating with the House, we want to make sure that we have a comprehensive plan as far as school funding. So again, I think that this is something, special education is, you know, we've already had some preliminary hearings in Senate Education, and we very specifically took the action in Senate Education when we had the hearings and then made the recommendation in K through 12 aspect for the Department of Education to pull that out so that we would be waiting until omnibus as far as funding special education. So I anticipate that there's going to be a whole lot more conversation, and I think it would be important for us to have real data that we can share with the body before we make this decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none?
May I respond to the?
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would not be the full amount that was identified earlier in the budget for special education. It's paying a portion of that. I understand that there may be discussions of where else to get special education, but I want to share with the body that House Bill 2302 that passed in the House 119 to 3 contains $15 million in fiscal years 2024, 25, and 26 to pay off the money in these reservoirs. So just as we may have to continue to talk about the special education budget, we are not assured that this money for the water debt will be needed. So I think it's very appropriate to set our priorities today for the budget. And again, I was told last year, we're going to address this in omnibus. The committee did not. This is my chance to indicate to my constituents my priorities. And I will not likely have this chance again.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
I think it's important for us to remember that as we are looking at spending and funding for K through 12, we are required for maintenance of effort. So I understand that, that the senator has found another funding stream, but I think we want to make sure that when we're talking about what we're funding for K through 12, we're looking at all of it together, cumulative as far as what's going, so that we can assure maintenance of effort for subsequent years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, do you wish to respond?
I would. We have had time to talk both about the water plan funding and about education. We're coming up to the end of the regular session. I believe this is the last chance I will have and the last chance many others in the body will have to indicate how important these funds for special education could be. I know that there's a committee that's going to be looking at it. Again, I'd like to set our direction as the Senate that money for special education is more important than the money that we are setting aside to pay off water storage debt. That's even particularly a concern because that water storage debt, just as I explained before, has money that's coming in from the water transfer funds. It's at a low interest rate and it will be paid off before those debts come due.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is our chance to identify our priorities. What money should be spent this year? What obligations does it make perhaps more sense to put off? I would like to make sure that we do fund special education. I'd like to see it at the amount that was first in the budget, but this $52 million would go a long way. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, I wish to bring before this group a concern I've had for about 3 weeks now. I've made my concerns known to both leadership teams, and I do not bring this lightly, but I am very concerned. We all know we have a citizen legislature, and we all know that we need to be gainfully employed outside the legislature to pay the bills, put food on the table, keep our spouses and children happy, so it allows us to do our duties here in the Dome. But I do believe, Madam Chair, that we have come to a time where we have now on our Senate floor a situation of where it calls into question the legislation, the motives, the purpose of certain pieces of legislation coming across this body. We do have one individual in this chamber who's not only a senator, but this individual also serves, my understanding, as a senior advisor on the payroll of the Attorney General. I want to share with the body a specific conflict of interest that happened the conflict was recurring, but we had a vote last week, I believe, Madam Chair, on Senate Bill 244. If you will read in the supplemental note, this was a bill that concerned the prosecutor of the Attorney General. The bill, Madam Chair, was introduced by the Senate Committee on Judiciary at the request of Senator Clays. We know the story from there. Basically, the bill was worked. It came across the Senate floor. The senator from Saline voted on that bill. And I think we have reached a point in our legislative matters where we have to ask ourselves, do we have enough of a conflict of interest to question the integrity of the legislation? And so with that, I have an amendment, Madam Chair. It is 1655.
Have you turned it in, Senator?
I have.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think I'd like to have the reader please read the proviso so everybody can hear it.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I am moved to amend substitute for Senate Bill 155 on page 269, following line 8 by inserting Section 126. During the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2025, no statewide elected official agency shall expend any monies appropriated from the State General Fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 as authorized by this or any other appropriation act of the 2023 or 2024 regular session of the legislature to employ, contract for services with, or otherwise pay compensation to a member of the legislature. For purposes of this section, statewide elected official agency means the Governor's Department, Attorney General, Secretary of State, State Treasurer, and Insurance Department, and by renumbering sections accordingly.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
In this particular case, we have a number of, I believe, hypothetical examples of potential conflict that could arise that not only question the integrity of the legislation that we pass across this floor, but potentially what goes on in the Attorney General's office. Let me elaborate. You know, throughout your course of your, basically your legislative career, Madam Chair, and you know, there may be time to time where you as a legislator would want to go to the Governmental Ethics Commission, the Kansas Securities Commission, the Kansas Insurance Commission, maybe even the KBI to request an investigation. The concern I have specifically with where we're at today is that because this individual serves as a senior advisor to the Attorney General, my understanding is as an advisor, that individual could actually weigh in and potentially talk about, provide counsel or guidance on whether or not the Attorney General should in fact prosecute, pursue, whatever means or options as a result of potentially of what the KBI investigative teams do. Now, I am not at all insinuating, Madam Chair, to this body that anything nefarious has happened. But what I am concerned about is that when we have a person actively participating in two branches of government, the legislative branch and then the executive branch, I think to the public, to our citizens, there comes a time in which the citizens will ask the question, whose interest is that individual representing? Is that individual introducing a bill because that individual believes that is in the best interest of their district's constituents? Is that individual, in fact, introducing a bill because it promotes the interests of the Attorney General? And if you really want to take it even further, now we got a situation because, and the body, correct me if I'm wrong once again, I believe this individual is also Vice Chair on Ways and Means. So this individual is actually one of the senior team of Ways and Means that's making decisions on basically budgeting, appropriating funds to the Attorney General's office, let alone other agencies. What type of messages does that send to other members in this body? When that individual gets up and speaks about their position on a bill, their position on a budget. I think it sends conflicting messages to the point of where we need to have a discussion if that is a conflict of interest suitable enough to try to address. Now, there are various ways the body can go about that, Madam Chair. There are ways in which if an individual serving in this body, either as a senator or a representative, they could in fact state, I have this conflict and I will exclude myself from any activity associated with this legislation. Or they could state, Madam Chair, I have a conflict, but because I believe I have enough of a distance from this, I will go ahead and vote. But I think when we have a situation such as this, of where you have an individual wearing two hats, one in the executive, one in the legislative, potentially where those two branches could come into conflict, I believe that individual cannot continue to operate even under the auspices of declaring a conflict and stating his or her position if they will proceed in that legislative debate or not. What I'm proposing is provisos that basically that individual choose how they want to go forward starting July 1st. Now, I'm not going to ask for a roll call vote. I'm just looking to have a discussion on the body of the whole. We can vote this up or down however you want to. Okay? I'm just respectfully, Madam Chair, I want to have a discussion about this and we can all react accordingly. But for the public record, I personally am concerned enough about this that from here on out, any bill this individual introduces or has their fingerprints on, I will always be voting pass. Because I just don't understand the agenda, the real intent of where it's coming from. On this budget going forward, I will be voting pass. On all future budgets, okay, as long as this person is wearing two hats representing an agency that we are determining funding for, as long as they're here in this body, I will be voting pass, and I will be explaining my votes to that. But having said that, I will stand down. I am happy to entertain any questions. And please understand, Madam Chair, I do this because I am concerned about the integrity of this body and what we do under this chamber. I'd be happy to stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I might ask the good senator if if this is the first time that this has happened in this chamber.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Madam Chair, could the senator please clarify?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
I guess I would put it this way. Has there been other senators that served in this chamber that were also conflicted with the same type of issue? You know, maybe they were a school teacher or something else.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yes, there have been, but Madam Chair, I want to be real clear to the body, okay? The importance of this discussion is being able to discern what is a true conflict. You have a potential conflict of interest if there is a school teacher that also happens to serve in this body. But we also need to recognize, once again, from an occupational standpoint, we are a citizen legislature, okay? And so the second thing would be is that citizen legislature, I think, is one of the duties of the citizen legislature, that legislator, to, if they feel there is a conflict, then they need to declare that. I would also add in this case, my understanding of this individual, though, is that there's really a minimum of 3 income streams. I'm not challenging his outside the dome professional occupation unrelated to state government. I'm specifically challenging the fact that this person is getting 2 paychecks from state government, one from the legislative aisle, one from basically an executive agency who is headed by an elected official. So in the example offered, Madam Chair, yes, we can find levels of conflicts of interest in both. The question is, at what point do we have a discussion as far as if that level is appropriate? And make no mistake, what is currently going on is legally acceptable. But the question is, when our fellow constituents are looking inside here, how do they perceive the situation?
Are there other questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, Madam Chair, you awoke the sleeping bear. I have been pretty silent during the course of this discussion for the budget, and let a lot of issues go that I feel very close to. Expansion of Medicaid and how we teach in our educational system, what we allow. A lot of things I wanted to speak to, but let the provisos and the discussions go. And this is something that has been very close to me for a while, that the senator from Douglas has brought. We should have talked about it. We're in the same office. Probably could have been better prepared. I did a little research about how many states have what is this conflict of interest that we seem to just let go so willy-nilly. I rise in support of this and appreciate the senator from Douglas bringing it because of, and I'm not impugning anyone's reputation. It's not about any specific office or offices elected or appointed or hired that exist right now or otherwise. It's just something that we shouldn't allow, period. It shouldn't exist in our law. It doesn't pass the smell test. Not about anyone here now. So help me, Madam Chair, or what position or positions they hold. But in looking at what other states even have prohibitions against it, we're in the very narrow minority that'll let somebody work for the legislature elected and then be in another branch of government. I mean, most people understand, most legislatures understand, most lawmakers understand. Certainly, I think most of the taxpaying public would understand if this were clearly defined to them what is occurring right now in one particular case. This just shouldn't be. I don't get it. I mean, really, Madam Chair, I address you. I'd love to look at each one of you in here and say, isn't this obvious that we should not have this happening? This slippery slope of which master is served, if you will, both drawing from the taxpayers. Anyway, it's clear in most states that they should not have this, and why we in Kansas are allowing this to be, these conflicts of interest that don't smell right to our taxpayers. This is something that I didn't know how to raise it. I wish I'd had the insight, and I thank the senator from Douglas, right, for bringing it. It is, as they say in the law, this is res ipsa loquitur. This conflict speaks for itself. And that we would sit here and let it go on is this double dipping. It's I won't say it's unethical. I mean, I guess he's going to file 2 substantial interest forms, and how that's going to look, I don't know. I don't know if it's unethical. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, maybe you can full disclose it away some kind of way, but I don't think the taxpayers would ever affirm wanting to have this circumstance, which has come out of nowhere. And Senator from the carrier of the underlying bill said, has it happened before? I know a school teacher was raised, that's a totally different thing, Madam Chair. We know what we're talking about here. Let's not obfuscate the obvious here. This is not some school teacher in a university or anything. Okay, this is the conflict of a member of the legislature. By the way, this is not just the Senate, but in the House it could be as well. This is not just any particular office, the state treasurer or the Secretary of State or the governor or the AG. This is clear on its face, a bold face, twisting, I think, of what is good intent or what should be. And I appreciate this. I didn't have the expertise or insight. And again, I was really silent, didn't say anything, been very quiet. Just wanted to get through this process. We all want to go home, vote on this next week, I think. But wow, this is our chance. This is our chance, Madam Chair. This is our chance, good people of the Senate, to send a clear signal who we are, what our ethical standards are, what our standard is, how we don't twist this and have these conflicts, apparent or otherwise. So I guess you can tell I do support the amendment, and I hope we all will. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate this sensitive discussion. I appreciate the body's indulgence. I appreciate your continued consideration. Whether we decide to start to address a perceived conflict today, or we decide to continue on the conversation and not act, I respectfully want the body to know I appreciate us at least starting that discussion and you letting me to voice my sincere concern about this issue. With that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Other questions? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, and it's RS number 1689.
Have you turned it in?
Yep.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
Have it read, please.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 155 on page 24, following line 15 by inserting, during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, in addition to other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the above agency from monies appropriated from the State General Fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for the above agency for fiscal year 2024 as authorized by this or other appropriation act of the 2023 regular session of the Legislature, expenditures shall be made by the above agency from such monies for fiscal year 2024 to establish a committee on organization, calendar, and rules as a standing committee of the Senate, provided that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules shall have 6 voting members, provided further that such members shall be the 6 most senior members in continuous terms of service of the majority party of the Senate, not including the President, Vice President, and Majority Leader of the Senate, and provided further that such members shall elect the chairperson of the committee from among the members of the committee, and provided further that the President, Vice President, and Majority Leader of the Senate shall be the advisory members of the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules, and provided further that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules shall appoint the members of all standing committees of the Senate, shall appoint the chairperson and vice chairperson or vice chairpersons of each committee, and shall designate the ranking minority member of each committee, and provided further that the minority leader of the Senate shall submit recommendations to the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules for the appointment of minority members to the Standing Committee of the Senate, and provided further that no bill or resolution other than any resolution other than resolutions adopting, amending, or revoking rules of the Senate or joint rules of the Senate and House of Representatives shall be introduced by or be referred to the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules, and provided further that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules shall have a standing subcommittee on calendar, which shall be composed of the 3 most senior members in continuous terms of service of the majority party of the Senate, not including the President, Vice President, and Majority Leader of the Senate, and provided further that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules may establish such other subcommittees of the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules as the committee deems appropriate, and provided further that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules may close meetings of the committee, and provided further that the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules shall appoint the members of all special and select committees of the Senate and the chairperson and vice chairperson thereof, and provided further that in addition to the compensation provided by KSA 46-137A and 753212 and amendments thereto, or any other statute, members of the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules shall receive an allowance equal to the allowance for the Assistant Majority Leader of the Senate as provided in KSA 46-137BA2 and amendments thereto.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a few comments before I take questions. And just so someone doesn't misinterpret my motivations on this, I did introduce a very similar bill at the beginning of session last year. It would have done a lot of what I'm trying to do here. Now I've modified a little bit because this is an amendment on the floor. But I really believe in limited government, and I believe that if we can, I just want to explain a little bit of the history while I've been in the Senate. My first 2 terms in the Senate, we served, and we had an Organization, Calendar, and Rules Committee. And that was established in the Senate rules. It wasn't in statute, which I'm trying to do here. But that committee had oversight and created a lot of stability for the Senate. I've watched the last 2 years. I've watched the 8 years prior. I've seen the instability as chairs were removed at will. Committee members are moved around. I've personally experienced that. I get that, the political part of this body. But Madam Chair, this brings stability. And in those first 2 terms we had in the that I had in the Senate, I saw that stability. And this is different in a sense that in those terms, when we had our leadership races, we elected the 6 members of the OCR. That committee would then come in and make decisions where we would serve and put us there. And it took a committee process then to just take us off. It wasn't a one-person showdown. And so It does deconcentrate the power to that committee, and it does empower a little bit those committees, members. And I have chosen, rather than to go back to the old way of electing them, to just merely make this conform to where those 6 members are members with seniority, and they are from the majority party. So I'm excluded from that, Madam Chair. So as you look at what I distributed, you see the leadership, the seniority list of the Senate, and you can pretty much determine who those 6 members are. I don't care what your ideology is right now. What I care is that those senior members have been here a while, and they understand that someone put in a position shouldn't have their position just moved at will because all of a sudden they're not in conformity with what they're being told to do. That committee was pretty much dissolved in a Republican caucus in 2013 by the then elected, newly elected president of the Senate. And there were some comments against it. There were those that were not against it. The then president made comments that they wanted this body to be like the House. We're very much just a second wing. We're just like the House now today. There's not a lot of difference. I mean, we speak from our chairs and a little bit of things like that, but a lot of things have changed. This is an attempt to restore, again, stability, spread out that responsibility, have more members involved in the process of where we serve, who serves as a chair and a vice chair. And so, put this together fairly, I had a couple of tweaks even today with the reviser on how this should be done. I believe that the members of those 6 members should elect their chairman. You may differ with that. There's a lot of opportunities to differ with this. As you read through it, you'll come up with different thoughts. I am somewhat creative, but I do believe the seniority of the Senate should mean something. And it deserves the respect of leadership. It deserves the respect of our colleagues. Don't take it lightly what I'm doing here. But if you want and you believe in the concentration of power in one person, then you're going to oppose this amendment. But if you believe in spreading that out, I believe that the founders would have supported this. I believe that the founders knew that if you wanted to limit that power, because they put the power in the people, but we constantly are seeing that removed. We're actually watching a process with a budget today that concentrates the power of who's going to make those budgetary decisions. We, as a body, are going to look at this. And as Madam Chair, I put in here that those 6 members deserve to be paid, and it's at the same level as the assistant majority leader. So they're going to expend more time. It's going to take time to do this job, calendar and all of this. So I've tried to come up with a proposal to put before this body that will hopefully bring about the stability that I'm trying to achieve, that I saw in the past. I think it's unfortunate that it was dissolved when it was dissolved. But like I say, I've seen things happen around here, and it's been frustrating to watch as someone who is a chair. I'm not a chair, but so it's clear to those listening in, but those that are chairs that have been, moved or removed, whatever. And I watched that for 2 terms too in the prior leadership team. And it's almost somewhat sickening to watch. So with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Will the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
He's standing.
Thank you. The carrier of the amendment mentioned that he would not qualify. What would happen if he would change parties?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know that I'm going to change parties. So some of the things I see going on around here, what we saw earlier today, Madam Chair, motion to concur, like a motion to adjourn, is always in order, and I will stand by that until somebody proves me wrong. But I saw that today. And so right now, both parties, and I've called it the uniparty before, and I'll do it again, the work that they do, I believe, is on not what the people are want. I think the people want full transparency, and they want us to work on their behalf. And I think they would see this. I've shared this with some of my constituents privately, and they love it. My bill last year would have done this for both chambers. And I think it disperses that power so that it does. And so I can't tell her what I would do, but I can tell you this takes effect this July with the budget, because it's a budget, you know. But no, yeah, you can read what you want and you can try to guess my motives. You can do all that all you want. But I know my motives because I introduced this bill last year in January when I was a Republican. And I've since removed, and I will not stop. This issue needs to be brought before the body. Nothing moves in politics unless it is pushed, Madam Chair. I've pushed for years for Social Security retirement to not be taxed in this state. And this year I didn't have to do anything, and it's moving forward. And even the governor has come out and said she raised the bar for it because it's been pushed, Madam Chair. And I remember when it was voted down. I remember when there were comments made that we do not want this on the budget. It's not the appropriate bill. This isn't the time for this. And yet it passed the Senate and it moved forward, and it moved forward a little bit more. Now we're seeing it even move more. So this is something that I believe needs to be put in your minds and in your ideas of thought, so that when you go through the next election in 2024, you get reelected to this body, you'll have something to look at to say, you know what? Are you running for president? Are you going to do this? Are you going to take the idea and put the OCR back in place? And maybe those members of the majority caucus will say, we're going to only vote for those in leadership that will propagate an OCR and put it back in place. Because it comes back to the power of the ring. Once you're the bearer, it's hard to get rid of it. I don't know whether that answers her question, but again, I'll restate, I did introduce the bill a year ago when I was a Republican, so I don't see I see that trying to judge me and pull the motivation, but that's not what this is about, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's not about judgment. It's about a question. How does the amendment work? If the carrier of the amendment would change parties, does he reset, or anyone in this chamber, do they reset, or do their number of years stay the same? I mean, we had the minority leader change parties. She's on the list. I'm asking a question about the amendment, not about motive, not about anything else. The mechanics of the amendment.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, okay, so maybe we can entice Senator Haley to follow his father's lead and change his party by doing this. But I don't think that's going to happen, Madam Chair. So yeah, the possibilities on here are endless. So.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. So the mechanics then, the middle of session, somebody changes their party, it could kick somebody off the committee and let somebody else on. I'm asking the logistics.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
The way the amendment's written, if you read it, if they're the member on there, I don't see a process here to remove them. So unless you want to put that in statute, I would say that 6 members that become the members are on there until the ongoing session.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for the carrier of the amendment.
Proceed.
The first question is, historically, has the OCR ever been codified into statute outside of Senate rules?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
No, and The reason I'm bringing this here is because I believe it does need to be. I believe it needs to be a standing committee so that it is in statute and it can't just be removed at the whim of the majority party. Again, we're dispersing the power to the whole body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Yes, thank you so much for the answer. The second question is, I sure don't feel comfortable of the House voting on our rules that have to be codified back in statute. Now, this will pass over to them. They'll have to vote on that. I don't think the House has any business voting on Senate rules.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell, do you wish to respond?
No, well, I guess I would just say that this is basically on the budget, and I don't see that the House would, why would they disagree if the Senate body puts this on? Number one, I don't think the Senate body will. I think, again, there's too much, well, I won't go there, but if it should go on, it's something that the House ought to just agree to, because it is the Senate body making this decision to rein in and to do this. But it might actually plant the seeds in the House to make them consider, and maybe in the next election, they also have this consideration before them. Maybe it's time they want to move forward to deconcentrate some of that power and move it throughout the body.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only concern is it puts an incentive on longevity as opposed to qualifications or background or strength in a certain particular area being appointed to a particular committee. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I came in at the same time as the senator from Brown, and I have seen changes that he describes in this body. I do want to point out that one of the questions is answered in his amendment, and that is sort of in the middle of the first page where it says, provided further that such members shall be the 6 most senior members in continuous terms of service of the majority party in the Senate. So that's clear how that would happen. And I appreciate that. I think if this does get on, then we may have to think about what happens if there isn't a clear 6 and we have 6 or 7 or 8 the members of the committee that came in at the same time. That might be hard to do, but the question that was asked has been answered. The intent to try to have some stability and good committee chair leadership, I just want to acknowledge and thank him.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just a comment. Since I was brought up by another senator, I just want to say that was the best decision I've ever made, and if anyone to make that decision, I would be happy to have a conversation with you.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just make a couple more comments. In 2016, the incumbent president was running for re-election, and the challenger for the president was running against her, made comments, I could quote them, I won't pull the quotes, but in support of restoring this. That person went on to run in 2020 unopposed and became our president. But I haven't seen any movement toward doing this. And that's why last year I introduced the bill. I want this discussed. I want to see people get this idea back in. The Senate was traditionally this way. We had an OCR. We deconcentrated the power of the leadership so that we could, but the leadership, people can look at this and say, oh, but they're on as advisors to the committee. They were back then too. So you have the 6 members, and they're now based on seniority. And the reason I did that, Madam Chair, in closing, I just want to make sure people understand. Look around. They've been here. They've been through this process. It was stated today that we did a concur, which was attempted today, was done in 2012 on the tax bill which then Governor Brownback ended up signing because it went right to him for $700 million in a tax cut. And people questioned, will he sign it? Will he veto it? He signed it. You can go back to the gaming bill. I remember when then Senator Barnett sat right over there where the majority leader sits and stood and made a motion to concur on a gaming bill, to kill it. And our future majority leader switched his vote, and it passed late at night. We were here I remember Senator from Western Kansas filibustering, and they were filibustering, trying to work to get that vote. And it went on for hours after hours. I think it was 13 hours if you go back and check the record. And that bill finally passed and went to the governor. But those were motions to concur, like we saw this morning. But those actually were moved forward. And it created a lot of debate, created a lot of filibuster. Both times were contentious. But members today that have been here and went through that process reminded me of that. I wish they'd stood and spoke while we were on that and we were being told that it was out of order, but they didn't do that. Why? I ask you to ask yourself that question. Why not? We need an OCR. And if not today, I hope and pray that when the Senate goes through the next election and they come back, they get it. And I hope and pray to God that they don't allow any proxy votes from people that are supposed to be elected. So, Madam Chair, I don't know how this is going to go, but I will move my amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. Not seeing five hands. Roll call vote is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote aye.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Preliminary vote count, please.
Nine in favor, 16 against, 7 pass. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We vote in leadership, and we put our trust in leadership for a reason. And to the best of our ability, we should try to work with that leadership, give that leadership opportunities to fail, to get better, to do better. And then in time,
that leadership comes up for another vote. And then if that leadership doesn't suffice for where you are at personally, you can vote against that leadership. But I think we just need to be careful as well on this body. And I voted against this because I believe in leadership for the reasons I stated. And we all have an opportunity to do different at different times.
Senator, would you like your remarks spread across the journal? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Passed a no.
So noted.
Madam Chairman, the amendment bases on seniority, not on ability. I feel like that we should have our jobs and our positions based on ability. I would like to see the Oversight Council or Committee come back, but not in this manner. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator, would you care to have your remarks spread across the journal? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Madam Chair, thank you. I voted aye on this. It's not a vote in no confidence in our leadership in the Senate. It's not even a complaint per se. I think it's something that we as a Senate need to be very vigilant of, though the consolidation of power into the hands of a few is not what we're here for. We're here to represent our constituencies, and this is a step for diversifying some of that power into more of and giving more of us a vote. So I voted aye on this just out of principle of not supporting the constant consolidation inside of the FCC and some of these other groups that seem to just control so much of what we do when we're in session, when we're out of session. So thank you, Madam Chair. I don't need my words spread.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address something that was said from the carrier of the amendment, and that was saying, I hope when we have a leadership election that they don't allow someone to do a proxy. I just wanted to say I'm thankful that when I was sitting by my husband's side in the hospital that I was able to have a proxy. Thank you.
Senator, would you care to have your remarks spread across the journal? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although the senator from Leavenworth has been here but a fraction of the time that I have been, he very well articulated, I think, the concern that we have with the consolidation of power. It's not an indictment one way or the other of anyone that's in. It's just bringing balance. We all come here from our various areas for different lengths of time and learn to work together, sometimes not. But I think it's a good, the amendment, which I voted yes for, as well, is a good one that's brought. I think it's clear, I would not be, though the longest serving here, I wouldn't be imbued with any particular power, still being in the minority party. But I appreciate my long-standing colleague, second to, well, just a couple others, but the senator from Brown, for bringing it, because I have seen this process, like no one else has, become almost a stranglehold for those of us who bring our own ideas from our districts to be heard and to be a part of the system. It was a good amendment or a good thought that he brought, and if the senator from Leavenworth, who said it much better than I'm trying to right now, does codify his words, I'd like to join his remarks.
So noted. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor, 17 against. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment.
You turned it in?
Yes, I did.
You have a number?
1733.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will explain it. I'm going to take another bite at the apple here. 6.25% did not work, but I'm going to ask the body to consider it would be 3.25 across the board, excluding a majority of the budget, which would amount to approximately $97 million out of $9.4 billion. So this cut is asking for right around 1%, 1.27%. I would ask the body to consider it. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to bring up a little bit of history here since this seems to be the theme for the evening. In 2011, there was a similar amendment ran on the budget in the House. I was a freshman in the House. It was my first year on the budget. I was a freshman and I knew that I should ask somebody else, so I asked Representative Goyko to carry the amendment, or I always mispronounce his name, but he was more than willing to. And I'm going to remind the body in here, Representative Billinger, Representative Bowers, Representative Kirshen, Representative Peck, Representative Reichman, all voted for that amendment and all voted for that budget. So when we're challenged on the process and how it works in this body, this is the process. This is how we get decent policy. I gave movie quotes earlier, but I'm going to try a different method this time. I'm going to give you quotes from individuals that have emailed me just since Wednesday. Just people, our constituents, everyday people. Kathy said, "We appreciate all you do to rein in the state's budget and our tax loads." Lloyd said, "Thank you so much for what you are doing for taxpayers and citizens of Kansas." Joe, "Keep up the good work." Eugenia, "Thank you for your efforts to cut taxes for all Kansans, praying many of these bills will become law." Kelly, "Thank you, very intelligent." Brenda, "Thank you for all you're doing to help families and us seniors. Your work is appreciated." Leatrice, "It's nice to see an election official working on behalf of their constituents and the state as a whole." Ken, "Thank you for the update. It's gratifying to have legislators who serve the best interest of their constituency." Madam Chairman, this isn't about anything but the opportunity to lower taxes for Kansans. It's less than a $100 million cut out of a $9.4 billion budget. It can be done. It can be done through paper clips, water. It can be done through minimal efforts with the management that we have, and I am confident that they can succeed at this. I ask the body to support this amendment. I ask you to think of the taxpayers so that we can cut Social Security and exempt Social Security from state income tax and have other tax cuts this year and moving forward. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion. Roll call has been called. Not seeing five hands. Seeing five hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Allie. Yes. Baumgartner. Stop. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the preliminary count, please?
16 voting in favor, 10 against.
Change my vote to aye, please.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Explanation of vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (17) having voted in favor, 10 against. The motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have one quick amendment. We've seen this before. I've turned it in. It's 1695.
Give us a moment to distribute.
Wait a minute, Madam Chairman, I read the wrong number. It is 17, no, we did that one.
Is it 1697, Senator?
It is 1697. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator, do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it. We have seen this before. The body passed it a couple years ago. The governor line item vetoed, but I'd like to send a message again. In 2016, we passed performance-based budget. We are still not seeing that. It's the same amendment. It would require a performance-based budget. They would have to say why the program exists, what funding it's from. It would help us find duplicates, help us be better at the budget process. And if they do not follow it after review from the legislative post-audit, it could be up to a 5% cut in their budget for not following current law. With that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. A question for the carrier. Can she tell me more of the history of when this came into being and how it's been followed or not followed? I need a history lesson.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd be glad to. Senator Powell was the chair of Ag and Natural Resources. We were in the committee working a budget, and I asked the Department of Agriculture if they would do a zero-based budget. We do baseline budgets in Kansas. You guys may not realize that, but it's a baseline from the previous year. We go up from there. A zero-based budget would be a complete review of all funding. And so the Department of Ag said that they would be glad to do it. They said they were already doing it. They realized quickly they were not, but they did present the next year a zero-based budget. We looked at that, and the good Senate President took the lead on this and was able to get legislation passed on a performance-based budget. It was a compromise in the middle. No longer baseline, not zero, but performance-based. It makes sense. You take a good look at your programs, why they exist. We would know whether they exist through statute, state statute, federal, rules and regs, or whether the department and agency just made it up. It's a good check and balance for how we're spending money. We could find duplicate programs, duplicate efforts. It was passed into law in 2016, completely ignored until we ran this amendment in a proviso in the budget, and now there has been an attempt from agencies. We've seen it in the back of the budgets, but they're not there yet. So I feel like we need to pull the trigger again to get them to actually cross the finish line and submit performance-based budgets. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the Committee for Agricultural and Natural Resources and did see the performance-based budget and thought it was very helpful. This, however, is something I would prefer to see as a bill and have some discussion in committee about what kind of detail we're looking for. I have seen a number of the performance measures, and so I would like to have more discussion of that before we add this to our budget, especially if we're talking about reducing an agency as much as 5%. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Could the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
She's standing.
I'm just curious. I know within this amendment, you have that the Division of Post Audit should review each state agency's budget. And so my question is there capacity within the Division of Post Audit to do this along with their other annual responsibilities, or as would be added by the legislature on, as we know, every year?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a proviso in the budget, so it wouldn't be every year. It would be for 2024 and 2025. So, and it would be additional, but it could be included in the 100-hour audits that they have. We discussed this the last time when we debated this and the proviso went on, and I appreciate the good senator from Sherman was able to keep it in the bill. The governor line item vetoed it.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Again, I don't know that I heard an answer to the capacity of the Division of Post Audit to be able to handle it with the other annual responsibilities of other audits.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think they can absolutely handle it. We look at this all the time. The committee hasn't met for their final post-audit budget or reviews, and this could absolutely be included, and so it's a possibility, absolutely. I think they do have the capacity to do it.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just speaking as one member of the Legislative Post-Audit Committee, and I know the carrier is also a member, and I know other members of the body are obviously as well. But speaking for myself, I feel like a constant issue that we continue to run into in post-audit is a lot of our audit capacity is filled with mandatory audits, things that we put into statute that require the legislative post-audit team to look at certain things. And we're about to have our meeting, our annual meeting, where we sort of pick the next set of audits. And one of the things that I've seen in both the years that I've been here is that we get to that meeting and we find out that we have very, very little capacity for new audits, especially for the kind of really in-depth audits that I think that a really talented team of post-auditors can provide. And so I look at what's being asked of them here, and I just think that it is going to drain, to the Senator from Wyandotte's point, a substantial amount of the resources. We're giving them no additional FTEs, and we're asking them to review every single state agency's program service inventory, their integrated budget fiscal process and performance-based budgeting system, and to make a determination and certify whether such state agency is or is not meeting such objectives. So I've just wanted to reflect for the body my experience. I think we want to let that committee and let our team work on some of the audits that we select and not essentially take all of their capacity to do something like this. So I'll be opposing this amendment. Would ask the body to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Deja vu. Those were the same exact arguments used a couple years ago, and they failed. This body realized how important the budget process is. It's in our state constitution. That is one of the main, in fact, the main objective of the legislature. And so it is very important how we do the budget process. This process is broken. This process is broken. We're not broke, we got billions, so sorry. But I would ask that we need to improve the process. There's always room for process improvement in any system, and that's all I'm looking for here.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to support this amendment. We've seen in the last couple of years that we do have a few agencies that are getting better at this. I know that staff has been working with the agencies, and I think it is important to know this information, so I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Me being Vice Chair of Post-Audit and past Chair, I hear this all the time from our post-audit people. A lot of times we put in these bills to do an audit. Right now, they've just started on a school audit that was mandated in the last school finance bill. It's going to take a lot of their time. Their schedule's pretty booked. Senator Corson's exactly right. We have about 4 audits that we'll be able to do next year and some 100-hour audits. If we're going to be doing all these audits, we need to get with post-audit and find out the resources they're going to need, because they're going to have to hire more people to do these. We can't just keep putting these audits on them, mandating them to do it, then they can do no audits. That's probably what we're going to hear if this passes and they have to focus on this for next year. And they're already mandated several other audits that have been in legislation. Like I said, just like the education one that was mandated several years ago. So I think just throwing this in is a big deal. And I hope if this passes that the chairman of Ways and Means will get with the staff of post-audit and find out the resources they need and help them acquire them.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. We all received this Kansas Senate seniority rank. And by my name was a great big goose egg. And I think that's important because in that situation, it was deemed that my lack of seniority was a problem. But here it's an asset. What we've run into here is a budget that's next to unmanageable as far as interpreting. And we have state laws to help make that, bring transparency to it, and yet we're not following them. This amendment to me is not about post-legislative audit. This is about following the statute, about having the opportunity to better understand what's in that $10 billion monstrosity and controlling it. I've seen today that we have a hard time controlling our spending habits. So I know as a senator with a big goose egg next to his name that I would really appreciate another tool to help understand this budget. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I'll just weigh in quickly here that we have some great tools to get transparency into our budgets, Madam Chair. We've been reviewing them on the Senate Ways and Means Committee. We've got some good things on electronic. You can get onto the website and see all types of things and get down into the details of each of these budgets. It is confusing, but if you take the time, as I have this year, first year on Senate Ways and Means, to learn the budget and to learn more about what the programs are and see what those details are. Over the years, we've done performance-based management and budget objectives with mediocre results is all I can say. And I think that this is something that is worthy of a bill. I unfortunately wasn't on the maker of this amendments committee or whatever process that was that she went through, and I would like, as a body, for us to, this body, take a look at this and see if it's worthy. So I'm voting no on this.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is about following the law. We have a law in place, 2016. Agencies and departments are not following it. How else are we going to enforce it if we don't put some teeth in it? I appreciate the senators from Sherman's support on this. He works very hard. In fact, he's got one of the most difficult jobs in this building. So he understands the process and he understands that we need to have a second set of eyes looking on this. I would ask that the body support the amendment. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the carrier of the bill? See, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just some comments, especially after the last ones about wanting to know more understanding of what it is from the senator who has that big goose egg. Our previous president, I've been here for 2 sessions, had a system where only the members of Ways and Means had a voice determining what was on the budget. I will give accolades to our current president. We have divided that so that different committees see those budgets. And, you know, the expertise of our chairs and in those designated committees, people who work with those different agencies, they have a better understanding. So that was the system, to have more eyes look at the budget, more voices to have a voice on that. Unfortunately, that's not what happened, because basically this budget that we're going to be voting on takes over $400 million in recommendations that were made by subcommittees. That includes employee state pay, aid to local governments, funding for social services, and it leaves it at the will of 6 people in a conference committee. It cuts $500 million payment to the Budget Stabilization Fund. What happened to that $1 billion payment that was the recommendation from the majority leadership? All of the budget work that was done is now, I'm going to repeat, going to go to a 6-member conference committee rather than allowing the body to debate the full budget. This is an unfinished project. On the last day, the Senate Ways and Means deleted all of the pay plan requests, $169.6 million, including $65.6 million to SGF to implement the statewide 5% pay increase. $24.6 million, including a $17.8 million SGF for statewide pay plan. $16.3 for judicial branch pay. $220 million in funding for a local matching grant so that our local communities can access infrastructure dollars for water, roads, and bridges. That was cut. All of this was basically cut to pay for Senate Bill 309 for the first year, a one-time payoff to our local governments. The only addition was $4.2 million for a special city and county highway fund. The water debt, it won't be paid off immediately. Will it ever? Medicaid expansion, social services. By not expanding Medicaid, people are going to lose insurance. Local hospitals, providers are going to have to pay the cost for uncompensated care. I've talked to the hospitals in my district. It is astronomical, and they would get that portion if we expanded, not to mention the mental health care that we could do. And the state is going to lose $71.5 million over the next year. Many of the cuts to social service enhancements will hurt those that are already on Medicaid. We don't even want to talk about what we're not going to get from the federal dollars because we're not having those in the budget. The funding for high density at risk, it appears to be deleted, not just the language, but the $76.7 million cut. So I'm going to guarantee you that with this budget, if this is what goes, we will be back in court dealing with school funding in 2025. One of the only ads is $650,000 from SGF for the Attorney General that the Attorney General's office didn't even appeal. The university DEI language, why is this necessary? I have had many pages over the last couple of weeks, and I've talked to them after they've sat in this room and got their impressions. You know what they've said? They're like, I've heard people say those hateful things, but I've never actually seen someone say it in actual real life. This is why we're losing our students. Just to end, it's increasingly apparent that what we're doing is consolidating power to fewer and fewer select senators. And I think it's disrespectful to this chamber and to this institution, and I will be voting no.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not going to drag this on too long. I know everyone's had a long day here, so I just want to thank the Ways and Means Committee, the revisor staff, the research staff, all the committee chairs that helped put this budget together. And with that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it report Senate Bill Sub Senate Bill 155 favorably for passage.
So as amended?
As amended, yes.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Erickson in the chair. Recommended Senate Bill 155 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill, and then be amended on motion of Senators Blasey, Tyson, and Petty, and the substitute bill be passed as amended.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 316 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning post-secondary education. Senate Bill number 317 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning childhood sexual abuse. And Senate Bill number 318 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning municipal courts.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 316 through Senate Bill 318. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 14 as amended, Senate Bill 19 as amended, and Senate Bill 26 as amended. Announcing passage of House Bill 2225, House Bill 2331, House Bill 2400, House Bill 2421, House Bill 2422. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 229 as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 229. House Bill 2421, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax. House Bill 2225, an act concerning utilities. House Bill 2331, an act concerning wildlife and parks. House Bill 2400, an act concerning the workforce development. House Bill 2422, an act concerning the state fire marshal.
This constitutes the introduction of those bills previously read. Reports of standing committees. Consideration of motions to concur and non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 14 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate, the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine, the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Holzer. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 19 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate, the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine, the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Holzer. Considerations of motions to concur or non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 26 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on this for the part of the Senate, the senator from Lyon, Senator Longmine, the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Holzer. Do we have any more? Yeah. We now have the report of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2042 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2292 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, your Committee on Federal and State Affairs begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. The Assistant Adjutant General Air Commander for the Kansas Air National Guard, Colonel Jason Noby. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2298 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2346 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends House Bill 2197 be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 300 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 147 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2019 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2033 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends House Bill 2092 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2326 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2027 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2395 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2130 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2173 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. And Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2234 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I certainly appreciate everybody's work on the budget today, and I also know that many of us want to help Special Olympics with their budget. So this is just a short reminder of the shrimp peel on April 3rd. Look or buy at home over the weekend. I did bring in an example of a birdhouse that I'm putting it in, and I'm hoping by the end of the weekend it will be even more valuable.
Are there others? The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to extend a special thanks to our pages who sat here and worked through all the budget deal.
After the long day, I think they'll never run for the Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I apologize. I missed someone to thank, and that is Nancy, my Chief of Staff. She did a lot of work.
The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Tax Committee will meet Monday. We have hearings and we will work bills. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The vote on the substitute for Senate Bill 155 will take place on Monday. Tomorrow is pro forma, so I move that the Senate adjourn pro forma until 9 a.m. on Friday, March 17th, 2033.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. You want to go over that again?
I say 33. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 9 a.m. on Friday, March 17th, 2023.
All in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate is adjourned.